Okay, we can start. Good morning. Welcome. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. And my name is Yim Chen. I will be chair today, and I also would like to introduce our panel today. Sitting from my far left is Mr. Paul Gauguin and Ms. Natsila West, Mr. Dylan Reed, and also Peter Reed. The Committee of Adjustment consider applications for variances from the provincial of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and also consent to serve property to create new lots. I'd also like to read our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land that we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicant participation may make submission in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx and online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the options of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When the item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. And we ask that you will also mute your devices until you are called to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will be only be visible during your 5-minute speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled, and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. The host will remove you from panelist roles if you fail to respect this instruction. How to receive a copy of the decision? People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and also the Toronto local appeal body, the TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you might be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto local appeal body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights and third party to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, such as those items defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decision of the Committee Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the hearing procedure. And the hearing procedure is like this. I will call each item on the agenda, listed at the agenda. So when you're making your submission, when an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to address the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you're reaching your 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept material at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remark to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee on the application. And please note the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing day. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to make sure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we will call on speakers in the hearing room and then participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished the presentation. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will make the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for decision. And do we have some administrative business? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can ask if there's any declarations of interest.
Yes, from the staff and also from the panel. Yes, Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. Number 5, 1119 DUFFERIN. I'm acquainted with the applicant, so I'll declare conflict on that.
Okay. And any minutes of meeting to be adopted? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the April 3rd, 2024 minutes, which have been confirmed and are ready for adoption today.
Can we have a motion to adopt? Yeah, Mr. Reed. And the second, Mr. Reed, second. And all in favor? All in favor is adopted. Yeah. Yes, every minute. Okay. So it's still adopted. Yeah. 4-1. Yeah. And also, should we deal with some other deferral requests first?
First, through you, Madam Chair, I will note for the record there are no files to be closed today.
No file to be closed. Yeah.
And in terms of deferral requests, we do have 3 deferral requests for today. We have item 7, municipal address of 898 Broadview Avenue, file number A0249/24TEY. And item 12, municipal address of 51 Claremont Street, file number A0082/24TEY. And item 15, municipal address of 23 Strawn Boulevard, file number A0108/24TEY.
Okay. Do we have all the agents here ready?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe we do, and we do have some speakers as well,
Okay.
which we'll see if they are on the line. So we could start with item number 7.
898 Broadview Avenue. Please have the applicant or the agent tell us why you asked for deferral. Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Yes.
My name is Greg Ewens from Vittori Planning and Management. We're requesting a deferral today. We received a comment from Transportation Services regarding a road widening requirement.
Yeah.
And so we wanted to, that happened after the notice was issued. So we want to confirm with the building department that this widening requirement, which we have no objection to providing, doesn't trigger any additional variances or alter the ones that we've requested. So we're requesting a deferral on that basis, and hopefully we'll be back as soon as we can.
Yes. And also, I have a question. And also, maybe during that time, are you going to deal with the question about in the staff report saying that what you're proposing is automatically or unintendedly make 896 non-compliance? You're going to deal with that issue too, right? I guess.
We will continue to attempt to deal with that. We've made numerous attempts to reach the owner of that property, and they have expressed no interest in being part of the process. I will note that the current building there is a semi-detached house, which is also non-compliant.
Yes.
So we wouldn't be increasing the non-compliance per se, but we will continue to reach out, and we'll use this time to try and resolve that as best we can.
Yes, that's it. That I already mentioned that probably use the time for that to resolve that, and you need time anyway, right? So, yeah. So you heard the reason?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do also have speakers. We do have the neighbor here in person for 896 Broadview Avenue, as well as another neighbor. So we can call up to the podium.
Yes, please.
The neighbor at 896 Broadview Avenue.
Please come up and state your name and tell us. We are only dealing with the deferral request at the moment. We are not dealing with the merit or discussion of the detail of the application. Yeah.
You can type. You speak first. Good morning. Ty is the neighbor. Ty is the neighbor of.
Full name? No, the first and last name. Sorry. And
my name is Carl Foley. I'm a resident in the area. Ty is the owner of property 896. I will attempt to address the panel, but his English isn't great, so I
understand, yeah. But can you tell him we are now actually only addressing the deferral? Yeah.
So we're both in support of the deferral.
Are you supporting the deferral?
I personally, as a neighbour, I'm supporting the deferral, and Ty has confirmed to me he also supports the deferral.
Yeah, and it seems that they do know the issues for the non-compliant issues. They're going to deal with it.
But that's something that I'm not aware of. And whatever process has happened there.
Ty, you can tell Ty that is the reason, one of the reasons for the deferral. He understands.
I'll speak to him afterwards. I'll make him aware that there are these non-conformance issues, but I can't speak to that because I have no knowledge of what they are. So I apologize if that's not.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Carl, and just state your address for the record.
So my 918 Broadview Avenue is my address.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So, but you are in support of the deferral anyway, right? For more time.
I'm in support of the
okay.
deferral, yeah.
Thank you very much for coming then.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all we need from you. And make sure you discuss with the applicant. Yes. Okay, the next, this is another, oh, that's it? Okay, that's all the speakers, so, okay, you have, Mr. West?
I'm ready to put forward a motion to you, Madam Chair.
Sure, Ms. West, go ahead.
To you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to defer this application sine die so that the applicant have enough time to implement the requests of transportation that they receive on April 24th and modify the design.
Okay, so anyone second? Mr. Reed, second?
Second, can I also, can we add to the reasons to also try to resolve the issue of the non-compliance of the neighbor?
Yes, I think that's also an important reason. Yeah, so all in favor for that request? Yeah, it's deferred. Thank you. Next item asked for deferral is item 12, I believe. Item 12 is 51 Claremont Street.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe we do have the agent on the line.
Yes.
Hello, Madam Chair and
Yes.
committee members.
Good morning.
My name is Albert Yuen, agent of 51 Claremont. My address is 12231 9th Line, Stouffville, L48381. And we would like to ask for a deferral as we are still in conversation with Transportation Service to obtain the front parking license. They are going back and forth and require some time. There are some changes in regards to the package that will need to be noticed to the public notice, and we'll need some time for that as well. If you'd like to go through some of the details, I can, but if not, then I will just leave it to you.
Oh, I missed the front part of your your explanation. You said that you need more time to
To
work out
discuss
some
with
details?
Transportation Services, mainly to speak with Transportation
Oh,
Services. to
transportation,
obtain-
okay. Yeah, okay, now
Yeah.
I understand, yeah, okay. All right, so any question to this applicant? Any other people want to speak on this item? Secretary,
Through you, Madam Chair, there are no registered speakers for this item.
okay, so that's it. Yeah, Mr. Gogan, yeah.
I'll make a motion that we approve this request for deferral based upon ongoing discussions with transportation
Okay.
and their issues related to front parking license.
Okay, yeah, so that's a good reason. Anyone want second? Mr. Peter Reid, a second. All in favor? Yes, defer. Thank you. Thank you. It's
Thank you very
defer.
much.
Yeah. Okay, the last item to ask for deferral is item number 15, 23 STRATHEARN Boulevard. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe we have the agent on the line, and I just want to do a quick check of the room because somebody else walked in. Are there any speakers for item 15? No. Okay, see none for the record.
Yes, so we are ready for the agent. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was muted, but I managed to unmute myself, which is rare.
Yeah. Yes, tell us your name and address, yeah, and the reason, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last name is Bronskill, Bronskill, first initial D for David, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400 in Toronto, here as agent for the applicant. Madam Chair, the panel or some members of the panel, I can't remember if everybody was the same panel, may have remembered that we previously requested a deferral of this item. There is a negative report on the record from Urban Forestry, and we wanted to work with Urban Forestry to see if we could resolve the issue in respect of a particular tree. We have provided some materials to Urban Forestry already. They've reviewed. They've indicated that they are not yet satisfied. They'd like to have some more detailed materials provided, and we'd like to have that opportunity to continue to work with them rather than proceed today in the face of their continued concerns.
Yes. Yeah, we actually read all the material, and I was on the previous panel too. I remember the tough issue. We do have a question, Mr. Bronskill.
I just wanted to clarify, given that the reason for the previous deferral was the working around this tree in forestry, and the forestry is still opposed, why did this come to us on the agenda in the first place? Why didn't you wait until that had been solved before you put it on the agenda?
Madam Chair, it's Mr. Bronskill. We had provided some materials to Urban Forestry, was put on the agenda. We thought that the materials provided would indicate to them that the tree was going to be retained, which it is. It was only after then the notice was issued that Urban Forestry expressed concerns that the tree would survive any intervention within the tree protection zone. So although we were proposing to have it retained still, Urban Forestry expressed a concern that the tree, in fact, would survive. That happened after the notice was issued. So I think what we're going to do, just to provide you with a little bit more detail, is actually proceed to file the injury request with Urban Forestry so that they can have that additional detail that you don't, frankly, typically have at this stage. But again, all of that happened after the notice was issued.
Mm-hmm. It seems that the report, the second report, came late too. They were quite late. Yeah. So, any more questions to the request? Okay, thank you. We have no more questions. So we we have a motion then. Mr. Reid, yeah.
Sure, Chair. This tree needs some attention, so I think that it's wise to defer this to allow the applicant and Urban Forestry to come up with a solution. So I move deferral of the application.
Second, Ms. West. Second. All in favor? It's deferred so that they can deal with Urban Forestry on the tree issue. Yeah. Defer. Thank you. Mr. Bonskill is deferred. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, now we can go back to our first item is item number 1, 48 Manchester Avenue. Okay, sorry. I apologize, I'm sort of slow today, so I have to go. Okay, for this application, to alter existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a partial rear second story above the rear one-story portion of the dwelling, and a front one-story addition, enclosed porch, and a front basement walkout leading to the secondary suite in the basement. On this item, we also receive a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of trees, and a cover letter from the agent, arborist report from the agent, and we have received a staff report from transportation, and also with a support letter from 951 Washington Avenue. Is the agent ready for questions?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah. You're on. Yeah. Okay. Can you tell us your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Alex Bugden. My address is 35 Mariner Terrace, Unit 2912, Toronto.
Yeah. And then let me check with the panel whether they require a presentation from you. Do we have other speakers other than the agent? We don't have any other speakers, so I'm going to check with the panel whether they require a presentation. Okay. Yeah. No. They do not require presentation. We have actually reviewed all the material submitted. And do you have anything as particular you want to address the panel before we move into discussion?
I think I just wanted to note one of the changes. We've had discussions with the arborist and with Urban Forestry, and after those discussions, we've actually reduced the amount that the walkout encroaches into the tree protection zone.
Okay.
So I just wanted to point that out, that I think we've improved the application with regard to the tree.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I do have a question just to make sure. There's a staff report, and they stated that they will give, there's some conditions. And I think, I'm not too familiar with how much discussion you have with them, but it seems that at item 2 is the building on the public right-of-way. You know how to deal with those, right? Those two conditions. We're going to impose those 2 conditions if we were going to, to approve, So, any other question? Yeah, we have a question from Ms. West.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I just have a question for the applicant. Due to the modification you did for the area that you mentioned, does it affect the variance number 1?
We've reapplied with our new plans, the revised plans. So the variances we're requesting are based on an updated zoning notice.
Okay.
So the variances are accurate according to the
revised.
plans that have been. Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah, I just want to mention that the front yard soft landscaping, I look at the site plan, then the survey is very difficult to increase anything. It's almost like kissing the building or the property line. Yeah. So they've done their best on that one. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Gogan, a question?
Again, through you, Madam Chair, just one quick question. On the transportation staff report, there was a note about the plans and elevations and sections noting a maximum 1.2 meter depth of the footing of the basement. Is that included now on the plans?
Yes, the portion of the walkout that would encroach onto the city property, there won't be an issue installing that with less than 1.2 meter depth of the footing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And question? Okay, no more question. You want to discuss, or we have a motion? Mr. Reid. Yeah.
I'm happy to put a motion forward.
Yeah.
Given the constraints in the front yard, I think that the variances requested are minor, and given that it's in order to basically make a basement unit safer to use and more usable, I think that definitely fits with the aims of the city plans. So I move that we approve these variances with the transportation condition and with forestry condition number 1.
Yes, that's right. There's a forestry condition one. Okay, who wants to second? Yeah, Mr. Reid, Peter Reid, second. All in favor with the conditions? Approve with conditions. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's approved.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Item number 2, 312 LINSMORE CRESCENT. And for this application, this is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with 2 covered porches, one front 2 porches and a south side deck with stairs, and an integral garage fronting Plains Road. And on this item, we receive a survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, a revised site plan, floor plans, elevation, and a red line public notice. The arborist report from the agent, encroachment consent letter, and also from development engineer, from transportation, we received correspondence and presentation material from the agent, and also we received comments from transportation and a staff report from community planning and urban forestry. Let's have the agent then. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent and a registered speaker here in person.
Okay.
And I will note that the agent submitted a red line notice,
Yes.
so it would be prudent for the agent to identify on the record which variants they are amending.
Yes.
So I'll leave it in your hands.
Yes. Yeah. Let's have the agent, and then let him tell us all the changes first. Do we have the red line thing on the screen? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Sorry, good morning. Arlene Beaumont, Outred and Associate.
Yes.
We're the agents for the owners of 312 LINSMORE.
Can you tell us your name and address for the record? And also the next is just we go through the changes first.
Absolutely. So my name is Arlene Beaumont. My business address is 2140 Winston Park Drive in Oakville, Suite 26. Yes, so we had some good discussions with planning last week. They had concerns about the height that we had requested, which was 9.45 meters. Our architect was able to reduce that. So the variance we are requesting today is 8.54 meters, which is just a few centimeters over the permitted height. So that's the only change is the height.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Beaumont. Just go through the figures first. You don't have to give us the reason or the intentions. Just go through the changes first, so that the staff can get everything captured, yeah.
So the only change was to the height variance. All the other variances are as applied for.
Oh, okay, so it's only the variance number 4, which is changed. And,
That's correct.
And changed to 8 point something, I forgot. 8.54, yeah.
Down to from 9.54 meter height to 8.54 meter height.
Oh, okay. We got that one, right? We got that capture. Okay, now we're ready, because you have someone here to speak in opposition. Can you give us a brief presentation, maximum 5 minutes? Now we can't, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
I did send through a little PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. If you could go to the first slide, please. So this is the site location at the corner of LINSMORE Crescent and Plains Road. The house currently fronts onto LINSMORE. The driveway access is from Plains Road. As you can see, there's quite a bit of mature trees on the neighbor's property. And we have an arborist report with recommendations of how those trees can best be protected during construction. Those recommendations include constructing a portion of the building on helical piers, and also having an arborist on site during excavation to trim any tree roots and make sure the trees, are properly cared for during the construction process. So we also submitted a letter from the owner of 310 LINSMORE saying he understands that there will be some encroachment into the tree protection zone, but my clients will do their very best to limit any harm that would come to the trees during construction. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed detached dwelling. This is the elevation that will be facing Plains Road, and the driveway access remain on Plains Road. Next slide, please. So there is a mistake in this slide. I apologize. The title says variance for building depth. That should actually say variance for building length. I apologize. So the building length that we are requesting is 18.91 meters. And I'll just explain. The front of the dwelling actually matches the front of the dwelling on the neighbor's property. The proposed dwelling does extend beyond the rear neighbor. However, there are those mature trees that will help to screen those views, and outside of the dwelling has no windows whatsoever. So there will be no overlook condition over the neighbor's property. The variance for driveway width, we're requesting a variance for a driveway of 4.27 meters. The reason for that is that we would like the driveway to match the width of the garage doors. Next slide, please. So that's just the side elevation. There are no windows. There is a door and a set of steps that lead to a mudroom that is located behind the garage. Otherwise, there will be no overlook conditions over the neighbor's rear yard. Next slide, please. So we require 4 variances for setback on the south side of the dwelling. The dwelling itself will be set back 0.61 meters from the side lot line, whereas 0.9 meters is required. The eaves, the side porch or the side deck, and the porch stairs are all set back 0.61 meters. And the eaves must be 0.3 meters, the porch must be 0.3 meters, and the stairs must be 0.6 meters. So we are asking for a variance for those conditions. Mm-hmm. Next slide, please. As to lot coverage, we're requesting 40%, whereas 35% is permitted, and an FSI of 0.71, whereas 0.45 is permitted. I went through about 100 previous decisions on adjacent streets, on LINSMORE, on Athlone, on Derwin, and on Northbrook, and North Ridge. looked at all the variances for SFI and coverage that have been granted over about the last 10 years, and this is very much in line with other variances granted in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. As we mentioned, the variance for dwelling height is now 8.54 meters, down from 9.45 meters. Again, this is very consistent and it's on the low side of the variances that have been granted for new builds in this neighborhood. Next slide, please.
You have half a minute left.
Okay, so this is just, conclusion that what we're requesting certainly very reasonable and in line with other variances granted in the neighborhood. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Maybe we can hold a question to her and then listen to the opposition first, and then we can. Just wanted to clarify. Oh, okay. Please, we have something we want to clarify.
In terms of the side yard variance and the related things, is that how does that relate or compare to the existing side yard variance of the existing house?
Have that. It's actually an improvement on the existing condition. At one point, I believe that the existing house is almost on the property line. It does vary a slight bit. It's not a straight line, but it is 0.27 meters on the corner. So this is an improvement over that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Next. Through you, Madam Chair, it appears we don't have anyone in the room anymore to speak to this item. I'll just do a final check. Item 2, 312 LINSMORE, no speakers. Okay, no speakers are here.
Oh, he was here before, the person, okay. So there's no more speakers. So any more questions then? Yeah, Ms. Witz. Go ahead. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I have a question for the applicant. I noted that the new dwelling will have a height of 8.54 as per your request, but if you have seen the staff report dated on April 24th, staff recommended that we tie the decision to all the elevations. So with this modification, did you submit the updated elevation so we can go ahead with this condition?
Yes, we did. On April 24th, we did submit revised elevations showing a height of 8.54 meters.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
I do have a quick question. The transportation, we received some corresponding. Previously, they have some issue with the curb and also restoration of the existing curb cut. Are those all being? And now they say that they're okay with the driveway width and all. But we do not have any more outstanding issues that we need to put a conditions on. You have resolved everything with them, or?
To my knowledge, yes, we had. I did work with them earlier on, I think it was January, February. We were working with transportation on this. And as far as I'm concerned, we've met all of their requirements.
Okay, there's no outstanding, because even the curbs, the issue on the curbs and those are being resolved.
We will be, obviously, when we cut the new driveway, we will be cutting a new curb cut and reinstating the curb cut that we no longer need for the existing driveway.
Also, that we should still put in the condition to restore the existing, the obsolete driveway.
Through you, Madam Chair, Transportation Services did submit correspondence indicating they had no concerns. We can have staff put that on the screen.
Yes, I understand. What they only really talking about the width of the driveway. So the earlier correspondence is on the restoring the obsolete driveway. So it's two different issues. That's what my question is. It should only be this, but it's not written that they are satisfied. They will get. You still have to restore the obsolete curb, right? That's my understanding. So, all right, so she can answer the questions, but we should put it as a condition. I advise. Yes. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any more questions? Okay. No, we have no more questions. Now we are in committee. Okay. All right. Yeah, Ms. West. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with one variance with one modification. Variance number 4, now amended that the new dwelling will have a height of 8.54 meter as per applicant request, and also subjected to urban forestry condition 2 and 3, and also subjected to the staff condition dated mentioned on the report dated April 24, 2024, that the building shall be constructed substantially in accordance with drawing number A201 north elevation, A202 east elevation, A203 south elevation, and A204 west elevation, and the plans prepared by Host Design Studio dated April 24, 2024, and I also saw the new transportation that they don't have any concern. Therefore, I don't want to put any condition at this stage. So that will be my motion.
Oh, no, that's, they only, the newest transportation only mentioned they don't have issue on the width of the driveway. But in the earlier communication, they did mention the restoration of the obsolete curb cut. I think that's still as valid. So I will put in suggested conditions that they should satisfy transportation on the issue of the curb cut.
Well, we don't have any transportation letter, and the last letter is April 30th. They said to confirm that transportation services has no concerns with the request variance related to driveway width, as noted in the zoning notice. A right-of-way construction permit will be needed for any work within the right-of-way. So that's the base of my decision.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But then because they did not delete the earlier discussion about the curb cut, I think it's still valid. They didn't, because it's not mentioned here, no update on that. I think that the earlier report should still be in place. This is my, okay, let's have other discussion.
I know we are in the middle of committee, but is it possible that we ask a Secretary Treasurer opinion on this?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's not necessary to impose that condition. You can add it if you want, but that correspondence that was submitted was actually between the agent and Transportation Services. It wasn't a condition put forward to staff, from Transportation Services to staff for committee. If Transportation still wanted other conditions, they would have put that back in an email to us officially. That was correspondence that the agent had submitted between themselves earlier with Transportation. It wasn't official comment. So the motion.
I understand what you mean, but we do not take just official comments because it's part of the presentation in front of us, of the material submitted. And I was just holding it as like a whole package because there's a lot of communications, also emails, and that we will advise that to read all those things.
Through you, Madam Chair, it depends if that is Ms. Satori West's motion. She can make that motion, it can be voted on. And then if that fails, another motion can be put forward.
Okay.
Or you can impose that condition in another motion if you wish, out of an abundance of caution.
Okay, yeah, of course, that's the proper procedure, yeah. I understand that. I just.
So do I need to repeat the motion?
No.
Or you right? Okay, thank you. I'll just, my motion will be to consider the height variance and also staff condition and forestry condition number 2 and 3. That is my motion.
Yes, thank you. As amended, yeah. So anyone second? Mr. Paul Gogan second. All in favor? Okay. All in favor?
Thank you.
Yeah. This approve. Thank you. As amended and with all the conditions. Thank you. Let's move item number 3, 155 Robina Avenue. For this is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling and with a front porch and second and third floor rear balconies with rear access stairs and a front basement walkout with a patio and the dwelling will have a total of 4 residential, it's a 4-plex. On this, we have received survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation, 6 photographs of trees, and a cover letter from the agent, this previous decision affecting the subject property and tree protection plan, urban forestry letter clearance, and we received comment from community planning and staff report from also urban forestry. Yeah. Do we have other speakers other than the agent?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have registered speakers for this item.
Okay. So. So is the agent online or?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I am online.
Okay. Yes, please tell us your name and address, so for the record.
Absolutely. My name is Addison Milne Price. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services located at 900 The East Mall, Suite 300, here on behalf of the owner.
Okay, thank you. Because you do have a speaker, I believe in proposition, we require you to have a brief presentation, 5 minutes maximum. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you. So as I expressed, this application is for a new fourplex, and as stated in my cover letter, there was a previous committee of adjustment approval regarding a single attached dwelling on the subject property. This proposed fourplex essentially represents the same massing as this previously approved dwelling, but it is worth noting that fourplexes are subject to a different set of zoning provisions now in the zoning bylaw, and as such, the main wall height and floor space index variances are no longer needed for this application. Furthermore, I want to point out that there have been no objections to this application from any city department or external agency, and no member of the public has provided any written letters of objection. On the contrary, city planning staff correspondence has been provided indicating that they do not have any concerns with this proposal. And I have also had a chance to review the urban forestry report that was posted yesterday afternoon, and I have no issue with the requests from urban forestry for conditions 1 and 2. With respect to the variances 1 through 4 all essentially pertain to the side yard setbacks of the dwelling, including the porches and stairs on the front and rear of the building. As such, I will discuss them together. Now, variances 1, 3, and 4 specifically all pertain to the side yard setbacks of those porches or stairs, and these requests are all generally in line with the proposed building. In fact, the porches and stairs are set back a bit further than the proposed building on the north side. Variance 2 pertains to the side yard setback of the building itself, which is requesting a side yard setback of 0.9 meters from the south side and 0.3 meters from the north side. Within this neighborhood, and specifically on Robina Ave, side yard setbacks are generally lower than the required 1.2 meters. For instance, the adjacent lot at 152 Robina Ave has a side yard setback of 5 centimeters, and the adjacent lot on the other side has a side yard setback of 0.6 meters. This is in part related to the applicable zone exception that permits a minimum lot frontage of 8 meters for detached dwellings. There are also several properties along Robina Ave that have a smaller lot frontage than 8 meters, including the subject property, which has a lot frontage of 6.1 meters. As a result of these comparatively small lot frontages, side yard setbacks along Robina Ave tend to be reduced to accommodate a functional dwelling, and in this case, to accommodate appropriately sized family units. The side yards of this proposal also match the existing side yards on the subject property, while presenting a building width that's unchanged from the previous proposal. As such, I'm the view that the proposed setbacks will be in keeping with the existing physical character along Robina Ave. Now, with respect to the last variance, variance 5, for soft landscaping in the front yard, I'd like to point out that the current proposal is actually providing more soft landscaping than the previous, despite the previous proposal not requiring a variance for soft landscaping. And this is a result of the fact that we are not including a driveway or a garage in this version. Note that the site stats state 12.96 meters squares of soft landscaping were in the previous approval. That is in the committee's package, but the site stats now state 16.49 square meters of soft landscaping will be provided in the front yard in the current proposal. It is somewhat counterintuitive because driveways are not included in the calculations for soft landscaping, and therefore by removing the driveway from the design, the percentage of soft landscaping required has actually changed, despite us providing more soft landscaping. In addition, this variance is also in part due to the owner's desire to protect the city-owned tree in the front of the property. You may note that the concrete walkway triggering this variance could be provided in a straight line to the stairs. However, by doing that, it would place the walkway within the tree protection zone of this tree and potentially cause an injury. Overall, I'm of the opinion that this application represents a transit-supportive increase in density in a form consistent with its surroundings and provides an increase in the amount of green space in the front yard by not including a driveway in this design. In my view, this application represents good planning and meets the 4 tests of the planning under Section 45(1). I'm happy to answer any questions of the committee, but that concludes my presentation.
We probably will hold our question to you, and we would like to listen to the opposition, and we get back to you. We'll bring you back. Okay. Let's have the speaker. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, Afua and Lema Rana Cooper, you can unmute yourselves.
Hi, I'm unmuted. I didn't know I needed to say anything.
Hello, I'm also unmuted. Can I say what I need to say now?
Are you speaking from Ms. Cooper?
I am Miss Cooper. I'm Afua Cooper.
Yes, you. Okay, can you tell us your name and address, please, for the record? Yeah.
Sure. I'm Afua Cooper. Address 297 Oakwood Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M6E2V3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like to give us your concerns or your comments on this item, 154 ROBINA?
Sure.
Avenue? Yeah.
Sure. So my house is directly behind the 154 ROBINA. You could say the backyards bleed into each other. However, there's a fence. My concern is with such a construction, a 3-story building, I'm concerned about respiratory issues because this construction will be going up for a while. There's respiratory issues in terms of the dust. Then there's the noise factor. We're talking about a multi-year project. This is not going to happen in 6 months or 3 months. So the noise factor, the respiratory issues factor, and then also the issue of rodents within the backyard. I mean, how are we going to deal with the rodents, with the rats that are going to be unleashed as a result of the earth being dug up, that sort of thing? So those are my main 3 problems: the noise, the respiratory issues, and the rodents that will be unleashed on us. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You feel, okay, there's one a comment to what you just said. Any issues dealing with noise or constructions, you can reach out to the building, Toronto building, on those issues. Committee adjustment dealing with planning and zoning bylaws. So, yeah, that's all I can say. Okay, any question to this speaker? No questions. So we go back to the agent. Yeah. Oh, we have more speakers, sorry. We have another one.
Hi, my name is Haley Floman. I live at 144 Robina Avenue. I joined mostly as neutral to observe the context and communication taking place at this call. Overall, I am supportive of this development, and I live a few doors down. I think it will actually be great for the street, and what it will replace will be a huge improvement. So those are my comments.
Oh, that's good. So you're in support. Okay. Yeah. Any question to this speaker? Okay. Thank you. Do we have more? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Hi there.
Yes, please.
Yes, hi. My name is David Weiss, and I live at 297A Oakwood Avenue. So I am neighbors with Lami and Afua Cooper. So this, as you can see, this property directly abuts mine, I guess in the back. I too am. I guess you could put me down as concerned as opposed to opposed. I'm generally in favor of higher density building in a city that has a housing crisis, and it is an eyesore looking at the dilapidated house over there. However, my one concern with the variances, and perhaps the agent can speak to this, is the fact that because this is a fairly large, in terms of size, story development, the effect of the privacy, specifically for mine and for this property, just because right now we're dealing with a single story dwelling, and now we're adding 2 additional stories there that would directly look over our properties. I mean, I'm planning on using my backyard for gatherings and things like that. I also have a rear bathroom window that faces there. So I just have concerns. I mean, what I would ask is what mitigations will be put in place to kind of preserve the privacy and use of my space in this context. Once again, I'm generally in favor of this, but I would also like to have reasonable enjoyment of my own property. So that I would love to hear the agent speak to that and the council speak to that.
Okay. So you are directly behind, which is you're facing.
Yeah,
directly
I'm there. If you look at the
balconies.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm that. If you see, there's like a garage. There's a cement on one of the other drawings. You'll see it. I'm there. I'm like this. I share a garage with 297, and I directly abut the property there. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the right one. If you look at the
You will let the agent speak to that, and then maybe we can. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Oh, by the way, any question to this speaker first? Okay, we don't have questions. Thank you. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's all the speakers for this item.
Okay. So let's bring back the agent, the privacy issues.
Through you, Madam Chair, Addison, you have been unmuted.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So firstly, if I could, I'll just address the concerns just in order, beginning with Ms. Cooper. So I'll point out that construction issues, as I'm sure the committee is aware, are not under the purview of the committee. We are here to just address the variances being requested. I'll also point out that there is no rear yard setback variance that's requested for this proposal. Neither are there any requests for additional massing or height. The massing that is being requested is in compliance with the bylaw generally. However, I can certainly pass on your concerns regarding the construction. I did provide my contact information on my cover letter, so I'm happy to continue the conversation there and make sure that the construction process is straightforward and doesn't cause any undue concerns. Now, with regard to Mr. Weiss's concern about privacy, one of the important changes in the multiplex zoning bylaw amendment was to permit balconies for each unit. And this ensures that as we increase the density on the site, that we also allow for appropriate amenity space for each of the individual owners or renters in the units itself. This change is compliant with the zoning bylaw and is not part of the variances that we are requesting. So I'm not sure that it has a direct nexus to what is being asked, and that's my response to that concern.
Okay, we do have questions. I do have a couple of questions to you. You finished addressing their concerns? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Okay. I have two questions. One is I do think that the privacy, since it's a concern, I think that you can do something. Oh, it's not that you're not allowed to have balcony. It's not but then I think the privacy is just do have some kind of issues. What do you think if I going to suggest that you have privacy screen on the is it on the first floor, which is elevated, right? The first floor, the rear balcony is the first floor, and the second floor, which is, I think that is the southeast corner. If you're sitting on the balcony, you probably, especially the south or the east one, that you're looking directly towards your neighbor, the backyard. So I think maybe you can put some privacy screen there. That's one question. Secondly, I must have missed some of your presentation. You did address the front yard soft landscaping because they include the driveway. Where's the driveway? When I look at your drawing, it seems that there's it's a walkway, and all the hatch area seems to be a landscape area. Do you mean that's hard landscaping, or that's a driveway? In your drawing, SK1A, I do not know what you're talking about, where the driveway is. Yeah, that one.
Absolutely, if I may respond in order, Madam Chair. If the committee feels appropriate to request a condition that privacy screens are added to the rear balconies, it's certainly within the committee's prerogative. Yeah. I would point out that I don't feel this proposal poses any privacy concerns above what is already permitted by the zoning bylaw. In some instances, privacy screens can create massing concerns. They add, more massing than just a balcony would. Mm-hmm. However, I certainly understand the ask there. With regard to your second question, my comment was a comparison to the proposal that was previously approved on this property, which included a driveway. And because driveways are not included in the calculation for soft landscaping, there was no soft landscaping variance for that previous approval. The site plan for the previous approval is included in that previous decision if you wanted to compare the two front yards. Because there is no driveway for this proposal, the requirements end up being more stringent, and that is why a soft landscaping variance is requested, in addition to our desire to provide sort of a winding path to preserve the tree.
Okay, so on your drawings, where it says landscaped area, you mean soft landscaping?
That is correct,
so
Madam Chair.
We should revise that because it's a big difference between landscape area and soft landscaping, because you're actually proposing some soft landscaping, which is like the 55% of your front yard. So, so we will say that the hedge area is representing soft landscaping, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's make sure we catch that. Okay, yeah. Any other questions, please, today?
A quick question.
Yeah, we have another question.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, just a quick question. Just back to the applicant about the privacy screening. I think the neighbor voiced some concern about the looking south to his property, but also to the, even though the adjacent neighbors aren't there, looking east and west, even though those balconies are quite modest, is that something that you would consider accommodating if we made that as a condition? Asking privacy screening to the east and west and south.
The person was on the west.
The backyard faces west? Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Privacy screenings will be north and south.
Oh, I thought it was.
Yeah, the side, the west
Excuse
side.
me, north and south screening as well as to the west.
I don't think west would be reasonable.
Because of the garage and because.
Looking out over backyard.
Yeah, fair enough. So maybe just east and west then. I'm
North
just.
and south, I mean.
North and south, thank you. Thank you.
North and south.
Sorry about that, the applicant, I just wanted to ask.
I tend to, sort of, someone come to give us their concern, I tend to listen to their concern, the privacy concern.
I don't think it'd be reasonable to put privacy screens on the west
Oh,
because
no.
some people wouldn't be able to see their own backyard.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, and also it will be like small and close.
Exactly.
But I do think that the front yard plan should revise to say soft landscaping, because otherwise there's no soft landscaping indicating. Yeah.
Okay, let's ask the agent to address those.
Oh, he already answered that it should be soft landscaping.
Through you, Madam Chair, the agent would have to provide that amount of landscaping because it's their variance. So
Yeah.
if they were approved, that's the number they would have to meet it.
They have to provide
Oh, I see.
16.49 meters
Yeah,
of
you
soft
do
landscaping.
nothing, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine, as long as they provide that amount, right? Okay. I'm fine. Any other questions? And then,
Well, we are still waiting for the agent to answer. You said that's a question for agent to see if they're okay with the privacy screen. We haven't heard from the agent.
he had to address, but he disagreed. Okay, we can bring back the agent about we suggest to have privacy screen on the north, south edges of all the balconies, I guess, yeah. The rear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, to answer the member's question, personally, I'm opposed to adding privacy screens for the reason that I don't feel there are privacy concerns above what is already contemplated by the zoning bylaw for this subject property. That being said, it's certainly the prerogative of the committee to request that privacy screens are included, regardless of the fact that there are no variances being requested for the balconies that are part of this proposal. If that is a request of the committee, then that is something that we would have to provide.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's his response. Okay, now we are in committee. What do you think? I think that there is a concern when people came out to speak about it, although we do not know until it's built, right?
I'm happy to move a motion.
Yes, please, yeah.
I mean, overall, this is an excellent plan. It's a great contribution to the city. It'll provide valuable rental housing. The front yard front yard conditions are mostly reflecting existing conditions or extending them. The front yard is quite constrained, and actually I think the front yard plan is very thoughtful and definitely an improvement over the previous plan. Not having a driveway is great. So overall, I think this is generally minor and desirable. So I'm going to move this to approve these variances with forestry conditions 1 and 2, and also with her condition that privacy screens be provided on the north and south side of each of the balconies.
Yes. Anyone want second? Mr. Reid, Peter Reid, second. Yeah. All in favor with the 2 conditions and privacy screen condition? All in favor? Approved. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, item number 4 is 56 Garfield Avenue. And for this, they're constructing a new two-story detached dwelling with a front indigo garage and a covered porch and a rear yard in-ground swimming pool and the rear one-story auxiliary building, which is a cabana. They're asking for 2 variances. And on this item, we also received a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 4 photographs of tree, and cover letter from the applicant, and summary of committee adjustment decision in the area, and list of comparable in the area, and we have received comment from urban forestry, and we received support from 2 addresses and 9 addresses also on Garfield Avenue. And we have interest of, or concern from 3 addresses on Garfield. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person as well as a speaker in opposition here in person.
Yes, let's bring the agent in, yeah. Thank you. Hi, just let's know your name and address, and since you do have some opposition, we require a presentation from you.
Thank you. My name is Winston Bennett. My address is 56 Garfield Avenue.
Yes.
If we could bring up the plans that were submitted on March 15th and go to page 6, please. Sorry, yeah, perfect, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of myself and my wife, Erin. As background to our application, we moved into Moore Park just over 5.5 years ago and settled into a rental home at 101 Garfield Avenue. We quickly grew to love our neighborhood and specifically our street, and early last fall we started looking for a home to purchase. In October, we learned that the previous owners of 56 Garfield had suffered a devastating fire in their home. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Rather than face the enormous undertaking of a new build or extensive remediation, the owners decided to sell the property on an as-is basis, and we purchased it to build a new home for our young family. We quickly set about designing our future home with the very specific goal of it being traditional in character and fitting into the neighborhood. It was primarily for that reason that we engaged Tom Sprague of Sprague & Company Architects. Tom's firm is very experienced with homes in Moore Park and has completed a number of projects on Garfield. The design that we produced together requires 2 minor zoning variances that are before the committee today. I would now ask that you pull up the supporting material posted on April 24th. The first requested variance relates to our floor space index. As you are aware, it's the FSI, floor space index one from the 24th. As you are aware, a new build in our neighborhood is allowed a floor space index of 0.6, and we are asking for approval of 0.72. The exhibit on the screen will eventually show 14 examples in our area where floor space indexes in excess of our request were approved, 4 of which were in the last 27 months. That's okay. Given these precedents, we believe what we are proposing is very much in keeping with the scale of other projects in our neighborhood. Can you now pull up the April 30th supporting document? Sorry, there's a few. Sure, that's great. The second requested variance relates to a single-story, 1.53 meter deep extension off the back of our home to accommodate an eating area in the kitchen. The extension is the area shaded in dark gray at the top right of the home. As you can see, it maintains the same side setback as the rest of the house at 1.22 meters. The red vertical hashed line indicates the required 3-meter setback for a permitted extension of this nature, and the area shaded in red to the right represents our requested variance of 1.78 meters. I think it's important to note that the city zoning examiner could have instead characterized this as a variance to building length, but appropriately deemed it as a side setback variance, specifically because it relates to an otherwise permissible extension due to 2 criteria. The first is that it is a single story, and the second is that it spans under 50% of the width of the house. Can you go back to the precedent document dated April 30? Perfect. While I couldn't find nearby precedents for our specific type of permitted extension, there are plenty of precedent approvals for more significant variances related to building length. The document shown above highlights 10 recently approved building length variances in our neighborhood, many of which are in excess of what we would be requesting had it been characterized as a building length variance. In short, we feel both variances we have requested are minor in nature and very reasonable. There are no other variances, including any that relate to the height of our walls, the height of our roof, or our landscaping. I would now ask you to show the cover letter posted on April 29th and scroll to page 2. Perfect. We've recently become aware that a number of our future neighbors have submitted letters of concern or objection, some of whom you will hear from shortly. It is our understanding that their principal issues relate not to our variance requests, but to the fact that the front of our home is to be built to an allowable side setback of 1.22 meters and includes an integrated garage. We are truly disheartened that the design of our home has upset the people we will live amongst, but again, we feel our plans are very appropriate. As you can see in the document above, of the 61 homes on Garfield Avenue, 10 have integrated garages and another 5 have attached garages. If you could please scroll to page 3. And if we could just go one more page. The first 4 homes you have seen are all on the center block of Garfield within 5 homes of where we plan to build. They all have integrated garages and are all built to similar setbacks on both sides as what we have proposed. Some are even stylistically similar to our plans. I encourage you to scroll through the document to see additional homes on the street with integrated garages and varying architecture. My wife and I respect that beauty and style are in the eye of the beholder, but hope most would view our house as very much in keeping with the aesthetic of this neighborhood. In closing, I thank you again for the opportunity to present our case. We hope the committee feels similarly to us that our plans are in keeping with our neighborhood, align with precedent zoning variances, and fulfill the spirit of both the zoning bylaw and the official plan. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's wait. Do you have questions now? You want to ask question now or later?
No question for me. Thank you.
Oh, actually, I do have a couple very quick. Is that I'm looking at the existing house. It seems to me that from the survey, the existing house is actually longer than what you propose. Because your proposed is almost lined up with the neighbors, but then the existing one, it seems that it's sticking out a little bit at the back.
There's some hard landscaping at the back of the existing house, but our house will be slightly deeper. It will match the neighboring property.
Oh, no. What I mean, the existing one that you're going to change, the tall down or?
Yes.
Yeah, it's actually longer than what you propose, it seems to me.
No, you're within the zoning.
But I don't.
It's fine. I just want to have a comparison if you haven't looked at it. But this is only purely from my visual inspection.
I don't believe that. I believe our home is slightly longer than the existing house.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay, the second question is in the existing house also, only one side might be, the side yard setback might be the 3 meter, but the other side is actually narrower.
That's correct. So on the east side, there's currently a private driveway.
Yeah, I just like to compare what you propose and what's that.
Absolutely.
Okay, understand. So, okay, let's have the other speakers. Hi.
Good morning.
Welcome. Just tell us your name and address and your concerns, please. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Paul Pierbon, and I reside at 60 Garfield.
60, yeah. Okay.
Okay. I live at 60 Garfield along with my wife and my family, and we've lived there for the past 21 years. The property is directly adjacent to 56 Garfield on the east side. I'd like to set the scene. Moore Park, Garfield Avenue, and in particular, the middle block of Garfield, is a part of a distinct and unique neighborhood developed in the 1920s. I invite you to review the supporting pictures attached to my written submission. The neighborhood has distinguished houses on 40 and 50-foot lots. The row of houses on our street are very similar, blending in well with a historic park-like streetscape. Neighborhood streets were designed with symmetrical layouts, with driveways running up alongside the houses toward a garage located toward the back of each property. Sorry, are the pictures I submitted from my written submission available?
Through the chair, staff is just trying to pull that up.
When did you submit that letter?
Back last Wednesday. Can we stop the clock until we?
Yeah, you will not be counted. Don't.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's supplemental 0483.
Thank you. I needed that.
Yes, that's part of it. There was a second attachment.
Can you make it a little bigger?
There we go. Thank you. Anyway.
Did you want to repeat just about the driveway?
So as I was saying, our houses have driveways running up alongside the houses, as you can see in all these pictures. This is the center block of Garfield that I've taken pictures of. These driveways allowed houses to have a significant distance from one another, contributing to a sense of privacy and permitting houses to typically have windows on all 4 exterior walls because of this specific distance. Our house has 12 above grade and 4 below grade windows on the west side facing 56 Garfield. While the variances sought appear minor, their impact is significant. I refer specifically to the variance to exceed the maximum building permitted length of 19 meters, while building to 1.22 meters of the lot line. The combination of the building further encroaching on the property line by 1.65 meters, the additional length of the new building beyond the allowable 19 meters, and a new building height that will be 0.6 meters above our own creates for us and our home a barrier to sunlight and a significant loss of privacy. This is compounded by a proposed new side door entrance located directly across from one of our own ground floor windows and an existing second floor bathroom window directly opposite a proposed large window above the same side door, solidifying our loss of privacy. For this reason alone, this specific variance should not be permitted. 11 written objections to the variances have been submitted by immediate neighbors, including our own. In addition to our own issues noted above, many neighbors are deeply concerned about this application's impact on a truly unique streetscape for Toronto that the city itself was supporting a heritage designation back in 2004 for the entire street. Loss of the signature driveway along the typical Moore Park house, reducing parking on the property, which in turn contributes to dangerous street parking and congestion on a particularly narrow residential street used by school buses and children attending an elementary school located in the next block of Garfield. the anomaly of the introduction of a garage door on the front elevation of the home, and the introduction of a visible flat roof from the street. The City of Toronto official plan speaks to maintaining and enhancing streetscapes of established neighborhoods. This new home does not embrace the existing character of the neighborhood. By contrast, letters of support do not come from immediate neighbors. They come from people living blocks away, neighbors which are not directly impacted in any way by the home or the variances sought. In fact, I contend that these letters of support are letters of support issued by friends and acquaintances of the family without any true consideration for the variances of their for the variances or their consequences on neighboring property owners. A number of these endorsements even appear to have been submitted after the 4:30 p.m. deadline. I also contest the documentation of the 10 most recent approved length variances submitted by Sprague & Co. in defense of the application as flawed and misleading. None identify whether original side yard setbacks were maintained or altered, a key consideration in this case. These could simply identify house extensions to the back of an existing home without altering the front footprint of the home, which is often the case in our neighborhood. While I have addressed the committee's 4 proposal tests in my written submission, the Committee of Adjustment should not consider the 4 tests in isolation. They need to be considered in a global context, not least of which is the impact on immediate neighbors and the existing neighborhood. Other factors that should be considered during this process are the impact on trees. In the forestry report, tree number 5, located on the front yard of 60 Garfield, is located 6 meters from the excavation of the new foundation walls for 56 Garfield and stands to be harmed or injured, which is unacceptable. Impact of an extensive hardscape due to the introduction of a large cabana and in-ground pool at the rear of the property at 56 Garfield, affecting infiltration of rainwater in an area already impacted by high groundwater and a significant number of underground streams. This creates additional stress on the city's already overtaxed sewer system during storms affected by global warming. We believe the Bennetts should be entitled to a home that they can enjoy with their family. Our concern is that it should not be to the detriment of the surrounding neighbors and neighborhood. In summation, as a homeowner of the property directly adjacent to 56 Garfield, this application severely impacts our privacy and the continued use and enjoyment of our home. Granting the variances sends the wrong message to this applicant and to other future applicants seeking changes that go against the original plan of their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you got a question. Yeah, we have a question for you.
One quick question. In the current building at 56, how many windows are there facing your house?
I believe there are 2 windows. One is actually a stained glass window.
Okay. And I can't really see it. One's on the ground floor, and then there's one on the sort of top floor?
On the 3rd floor on their eaves, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
actually,
please.
Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. And since you're the neighbor located at the east side of the subjected property, I'm looking at the plan, the proposed plan from the applicant. So I can see that they had one door on the east side that it's probably a mudroom. And then on the second floor of their proposal, they only have 1 windows from their bedroom number 2 that look to your property. That's the only 2 opening I see on the east side of their buildings. Correct?
That is correct, but I understand that the window on the 2nd floor looks directly across to our ensuite bathroom window.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
In that case, your ensuite bathroom, is it got frosted glass or drapes or anything on your bathroom?
We have clear glass right now.
You have clear glass, but you don't have drapes?
There was never any need.
Oh,
Through the chair, ma'am, can we just have your name and address for the record?
My name is Angela Sturpey. I too live at 60 Garfield.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I think the issue of privacy also is the fact that there's a side door now that doesn't exist at the moment. in the
okay.
current building. You're going to have, and I believe there's a mudroom attached to it. So that's really where the traffic in and out, I mean, that's where what families enter and exit their homes through their mudrooms. So that will now become a busy area. So there's less space and almost a principal entrance.
Okay, thank you. All right, yeah,
Thank you.
we have finished. The next speaker, do we have more speakers? No? Okay, let's bring back the applicant. First, I think maybe you should address the concerns first, and then we might have more questions to you. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start by saying that we genuinely feel for our future neighbors at 60 Garfield and completely understand why they would prefer our house to remain further apart from theirs. But I would like to correct a few things that were stated in their presentation. Our application is not to exceed a building of 19 meters in length. That is not one of our variances. Our variance is a side yard setback for a permitted extension beyond 17 meters to 18.53. That is a single-story extension. There are concerns regarding our second floor bedroom window. It is not directly opposed to their master ensuite window, but delighted to kind of revisit that. It does not look into it directly. For your reference, our home is to be built to a setback of 1.22 meters, which is exactly the same distance from the lot line as 60 Garfield sits. So the total distance between the homes will be about 2.4 meters or 8 feet, which is very common in our neighborhood. I think everyone would prefer larger setbacks to their neighbors' houses, but that's just not the reality of living in our city, and I don't believe that that's what's contemplated by the zoning bylaw. I confess it never occurred to us to canvass the street for input when designing our home, particularly because it was our expressed intent and desire to build something that fit in on Garfield Avenue. Again, I would encourage everyone to look through the streetscape and see many examples of homes that are either very similar to ours or of a completely different architecture than what we're trying to build versus what is commonplace on our street. When we realized our plans would require minor zoning variances, we did what we thought was the neighborly thing, and we met in person with those immediate neighbors who would be directly impacted by our variances, including those at 60 Garfield. Our neighbors to the west have not submitted an objection, and our neighbor to the north submitted a letter of support on our behalf, along with 8 others who live nearby, 5 of whom are on Garfield, 1 of whom is on our block of Garfield. Regrettably, our neighbors to the east are not happy with our plans, but I submit that their objections relate to the already permitted setback of our house rather than the specific variances which we are here to review today. I truly appreciate your consideration of our case, and I hope that you feel our minor variance requests are both reasonable and appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any question to the applicant? Yes, we have one question.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask staff if it's possible to put that part of the presentation that have been color-coded by the applicant one more time, so then I can ask my question.
That was supporting material submitted April 30, I believe.
I'm just pulling it up right now.
Yes, that one. Just I would like to, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that 2 shaded area that you have the arrow pointed, the red, and next to it the gray area, are those the area that you want to get a relief for minor variance for this application?
Yeah, the red area is the relief.
Okay, so it's not because, so that red area is correspond to which variance?
That's the side setback. So the area shaded in gray is a single-story extension on the back of the home, which is permitted because it's a single story and because it's less than half the width of the home. But it is permitted at a 3-meter setback, and we are hoping to align it with the rest of the house at 1.22 meters.
Okay, so you only are asking for that red area?
That's correct.
Relief from variance? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, we have more questions.
I have a question. Thanks for your presentation. On the ground, between 56 and 60, is there a fence between the two properties proposed?
There is a fence that starts in the backyards.
Okay, so, right, thank you. I wasn't sure if there was a privacy fence proposed in between the two properties, in between the two primary residences, okay.
Then one more quick question.
Sure, yeah.
Just through you, Madam Chair. Then when you have that privacy privacy wall between a property on the east side, so it means if you use that mudroom, so it's not directly, you don't go directly to the neighbor's side yard setback.
So there's not a fence between the residences. It starts at the backyard.
Okay, thank you.
More questions? Mr. Reed, you seem that you have a question.
Well, I was just wondering if they'd be okay with tying any approval to elevations, just to make sure that that little small extra bit is just the 1 story. Would that be okay?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I just want to confirm that it's 1 story.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, now we do not have any more questions. We are in committee. Okay. Can I start with a couple of comments? If you look at the survey, it's actually both neighbors. The existing setback is one side is 0.75, but if you including the area well, it's actually touching the property line. Yes, that's the survey. And on the west side, the setback is 1.5. So I think that if you're talking about consistency in the neighborhood, what the proposed is within that range. But the misunderstanding is that because they want that extra length for the little piece, that they require to have both sides to be 3 meters. But in terms of the proposed massing and intention, I think that is within what the two, at least the two adjacent properties are more in line with what they have already got, and even more generous, actually. That's my comment. Yeah. Yes, please, yeah.
So if through you, Madam Chair, if my colleague don't have any question, I'm ready to put forward a motion.
Let's hear your motion.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair. I was carefully review the application and listen to the applicant, owner, and also the neighbor. And we are dealing with just 2 variances, and that site plan that was color-coded was perfectly show what was the exact area they're requesting, and I think that request is minor and it passed 4 tests. I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application subjected to urban forestry condition number 2, and also would like to tie the decision to the elevation, east elevation, so that we reassure that that extension that you requested is only 1 level. So we will tie it to proposed east elevation. There is no other number, so that we could receive it on the package, and that is my motion.
Yes, anyone, Mr. Wee second. All in favor? Unanimously approved with that condition and urban forestry condition. It's approved. Thank you very much for coming here. And Dylan. Okay, next item is, Mr. Wade had a conflict, so, And it's 119 Dufferin Street. Just so sad. This application is to construct a new three-story detached triplex with rear deck on the ground floor, second and third floor, and a front third-story rooftop terrace above the front cantilever second story at a portion of the building, and a front landing with stairs. And on this item, we have received surveys, site plan, floor plan, and elevations, 4 photographs, and a cover letter from the agent, from the applicant, street elevation from the applicant, and also rental demolition conversion declaration. And from comment we received, and the staff report from Urban Forestry, and we have received opposition from two addresses on Dufferin Street, and also the third one is also from Dufferin Street. And this is...
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent on the line, and we have a speaker here in person.
Okay. So we are ready for the applicant. Yeah.
Good morning. This is Mason. I'm one of the co-applicants. Lola Shepard, who is also, I believe, one of the participants in this call, will be making the primary presentation.
Yes. So can you tell us your address or the speaker's address, name and address? Yeah. So for the record. Yeah.
Through the chair to the agent, we need your first and last name and address for the record.
My name is Mason White at 242 Concord Avenue.
Okay.
And Lola Shepard, who's also on the call, if she can be unmuted, will make the presentation.
Okay. Yeah, sure. You do have some opposition, but please give us a 5-minute presentation. Thank you. Yeah.
Through you,
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Hello.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for taking the time to review this application. We're requesting to transform an existing one-story, one-bedroom.
Ms. Sherbert, can you give us also your address?
Oh, apologies. My name is Lola Shepard, and my address is 242 Concord Avenue.
Okay.
And through the chair, Lola, do you have a presentation that staff can pull up for you? Or are you just going to speak?
I'm going to refer to some of the documents I submitted.
Okay.
So actually, if you could pull up the survey first.
Yeah, we won't start until the material is on the screen. Now we start the clock here.
So then if you could eventually pull up the street elevation and the plans as well. I'll be referring to those.
Through the chair to Lola, you can go ahead.
You can go ahead. We will, yeah, we get them to when you reach that point, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. So you can see in the survey, we're requesting to transform an existing one-story, one-bedroom house into a 3-story triplex. We've owned this house since 2016. We're both professors of architecture and deeply committed to the questions of housing in Toronto. This is a very narrow lot, 15'8" by 91 feet, which is very typical of this stretch of Dufferin. We're looking to add 2 additional rental units on top of the existing unit that is already on the lot in order to increase the capacity of this underperforming lot. So if you pull up the street elevation, you'll see that the current building is significantly lower than all the adjacent houses. And we're convinced that the transformation of the building from 1 story to 3 stories will help create an appropriate urban presence on Dufferin, as well as making the lot perform to its full capacity and appropriate capacity. So there are 4 variances requested. So maybe you can pull up the building plans. The first is building depth. The existing building is already 0.7 meters over the allowable depth. We have limited the additional building depth to the utmost, but in order to fit in the stairs to serve the 2 upper floors, we can't avoid making the building a little bit longer in order to still provide good quality living spaces inside. And you'll see that our proposed building sits midway in depth between 121 Dufferin and 117 Dufferin. So we extend in the proposal 1.1 meters past 121 Dufferin to our is to our north, and we are 2.4 meters shorter than 1117 Dufferin. So overall, we are requesting a building depth variance of 1.7 meters, which is only an additional 1 meter to what it currently is. So if you go to the ground floor plan, the second variance is the request regarding exterior stairs. The exterior front steps are within 0.06 meters of the west lot line. We are effectively keeping a very similar building footprint to the existing building. And so in order to maintain the urban facade, to keep our facade alignment with our neighbors to the north and south, this means that the front steps have to be closer to the west lot line than permitted. This is what is currently there, and it's consistent with the neighboring lots on this stretch of Dufferin. The third variance is front yard landscaping. The city requires a minimum of 0.75% of soft landscaping on the front yard. The existing house and our proposed building are built almost to the front lot line, so we're not really changing anything. And in fact, we have improved the soft landscaping. There's currently 0 soft landscaping, and we are requesting permission to have only 22% of soft landscaping as versus 75%. And this is because we have a required front steps, and we need some space to put the garbage, which will be hidden behind a low wall, but that is the only place that garbage currently can be located and continues to, in the proposed, would need to be located. So the last variance is the minimum side yard setback. We are not changing the side yard setback. The current building has a setback of 0 meters, except in one portion of the north wall. This is again consistent with the neighboring lots on this stretch of Dufferin. You'll see that 117, 1121, 1123, 1125 have either all or parts of their lot lines at the 0 are at the 0 lot line to their edges. And so with a 15-foot 8-inch wide lot, in order to create good quality living spaces, it is desirable to kind of continue the current setbacks. And I'll just add that, we thought about parking considerations, but we are within very close walking distance of the Dufferin subway station. To date, the tenants in our existing 1-bedroom unit have never needed a car because of the proximity. And so we're really excited about the possibility of developing this project that will contribute to the often discussed missing middle in the city. And these variances are approved.
You use up your 5 minutes
Okay.
already. Okay. It's good. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you want to hold your question to them, to this applicant? Okay, let's listen to the other speakers.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, we can have the speaker in opposition in person come up to the podium.
Hi. Just give us your name and your address, and then and also your concerns. Yeah.
My name is Lyndon Giles. I live at 1121 Dufferin Street. I'm also speaking on behalf of the owner of 1117 Dufferin Street, an elderly woman who could not be here due to health concerns.
Okay. Yeah.
There are 3 photos that I submitted. I'd also like to refer to the 2nd and 3rd floor plans. First, I'd like to say that I see no issue with additional units on this lot. In fact, we welcome more affordable housing. However, I would prefer to see a proposal that is appropriate to the small size of this lot. The proposal at 1119 is requesting no side yard setback, which would require the historically existing eaves of both 1117 and 1121 to be cut off, leaving no overhang. I have submitted photos for your reference. With the much taller proposal at 1119, this would create a valley at the bottom of each sloped roof, trapping water, snow, ice, and leaves. As these roofs are both asphalt shingled, any backup would be forced up and underneath the shingles. These houses are detached, and so the only solution would be an extensive construction work reshaping the roofs to ensure proper runoff to the front and back at a considerable expense. The current building has no setback on the ground floor. In fact, the rear side yard to the north is over the property line by 6 inches. Obviously, this does not apply to future upper floors. If the argument is that an existing condition is to be considered important, then I would ask that the existing eaves should also be considered important. The recently revised cover letter that was submitted suggests that the front setback should uphold the existing urban facade. I do not disagree. However, if we are to refer to this typology, I would ask to see this applied to the rear elevation as well. 1117 Dufferin is a corner building and therefore a distinct condition, as they do not rely on the rear elevation for daylight. As an architect myself, who specializes in residential, I would think that a bedroom that is almost 15 feet by 14 feet and over 200 square feet in area is extraordinarily generous for a one-bed unit and could easily be reduced to be in line with the houses to the north. The requested rear balconies will be able to look directly into our bedroom from a very short distance. This is very concerning and would be an extremely uncomfortable invasion of privacy and noise. Additionally, these balconies would overlook the rear yards. The overlook is also a major issue, considering that all of the neighbors make very good use of these small private spaces. We are happy to see development in the neighborhood, but I would ask that it be respectful of the existing neighbors. I appreciate your time and thank you for your consideration.
Okay, so we have a question to.
For those eaves troughs, are they still within your property, or do they encroach on the property?
They encroach, but both of the houses are over 100 years old. The eaves on our house are over 150 years old.
So your eaves actually encroach onto the neighbor's property?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
I would like to add, though, that their house encroaches onto our property by 6 inches at the rear. And while we have gone through this process because we're doing some work on our own house, we did not raise that issue because asking someone to modify an existing house is major.
I'm assuming that the plans proposed do no longer encroach on your property?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question. You have mentioned that, if the proposed building is going to be taller, it does create a valley situation. Have you been in touch with the applicant? And there must be some kind of architectural solution to that, right?
We haven't been in touch with the applicant about this, although strangely they've discussed other things with us. I have spoken with a builder about this and asked as to the best solution, and their situation would be a hipped roof on the side, which would direct water to the north and south. As the houses are detached, we have no intention of lapping our waterproofing into someone else's house. No. So that would be the solution for both of the houses.
I see, yeah. But then have you been in touch with the applicants that maybe then also there's a shared effort, or?
We haven't discussed anything.
Okay, because it does need some remedy. Instead of the valley, they do a hip roof in the middle and have water and stuff. But then I don't see why they have to carry all the costs and effort. Anyway, yeah. So any more question to this? Yes, please, yeah.
Madam Chair, a question for the neighbor. Are you located at 1117 Dufferin Street?
No, I'm 1121.
It's the north.
To the north.
You are the neighbor on the north.
Yeah, it's that one, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And does your building have any front yard setback or front landscaping?
It's entirely front landscaped except for a small paving area just to get access to the building.
Okay. So you mostly oppose to which variance? Would you please help us understand? We have an application with 4 variants in front of us. The first one is depth. The second one is front entrance stairs. And the third one is landscaping and open space. Fourth one is side yard setback of 0.02 on the north side and 0 on the south. Which one are you have more concern?
I have to pick one.
You
The side yard
just-
setbacks are the most concerning, I think, because of the impact to both of the houses. However, I would say that the extension to the rear, I think, is inappropriate for this site. I don't know if you have a site plan, but it's a boxed-in site, so these are not back-to-back rear yards. It's quite enclosed back there.
And then, how much was the existing situation? Do they have a side yard setback to the north, to your property? Or as per whatever I look at the photos, it doesn't look like the existing situation give you any side yard setback. Is it just 0? Is it the
For a single story, there's a little courtyard in the middle that they have.
little courtyard?
And there's still a little gap between the 2 houses?
That's only
between you
because we recently did some renovation work and tried to maintain a bit of a gap on that side. So there's, I think it's 20 inches.
Yeah. You have more questions?
Thank you.
Right, so addressing the privacy issue. So the thing is that on the south side, for 1117, they actually will not be as long, right? So there won't be any privacy issues on the south side.
Right.
But what I'm gathering is on the north side, your building isn't as long, and so their balconies would be able to look into your windows. Is that
Bedroom,
correct?
yes, yeah.
And would requiring privacy screens on the north side address that issue for you?
If you could pull up the photo, I think, as maybe mentioned by another applicant earlier, I have no problem with the privacy screens, but they do create a massing issue. So then effectively we're approving, or you're approving, a 7-foot extension as far as kind of our perspective.
So we haven't made a decision yet, but were we to approve these, would you prefer having privacy screens or not having privacy?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So were we to approve this, you would want to have privacy screens?
Yeah, I mean, if not, we'd have to build something. It's just too intimate.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, any more questions? Oh, no, yeah, any more, we finished, so can we bring back the agent? Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. Can you address
you
just
for-
the concern raised? Yeah, yeah.
Yes. So I'll just address a few of the concerns. I'll start maybe with the side yard setback. So as I noted, all the houses in the area have similar side setbacks of almost 0. This is the reality of narrow lots in Toronto. 1117 and 1121 have noted they would have to change their eaves, and we are happy to work with them to figure out solutions. There certainly are solutions to deal with this from a technical perspective, but as Mr. The owner of 1121 has pointed out, their eaves are overhanging our property, and so even if we added a single story to this house, this question of the eaves will come up. So either we are told the property can never be redeveloped, or this eaves question will have to be addressed, and we are happy to work with both neighbors to solve this. And then regarding the building depth and the balconies. The balconies, as you'll see, are only 3'10" in depth, and they're really actually mainly intended for residents to be able to put plants out, so because they don't have access to the ground floor garden, they aren't really designed for extensive occupation. But we are happy to consider privacy screens. I'll also note that any window facing a garden means residents on 2nd and 3rd floors can look into neighbors' gardens. I mean, in my house, I can look into my neighbors' gardens, and I don't have a balcony. That's just the reality of being able to look into the neighbors. And I would also note that 1121, for whom we wrote a letter of support when they went to C of A, have a third floor terrace that looks into our backyard, and I have no problem with that. But again, this is just the reality of living in a dense part of the city. So maybe I will leave it at that.
Okay. Any question? Yeah, we have some questions here.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, a question for the applicant. So I'm looking at the drawing A104, the third floor plan, because I want to understand the terrace and how much this impact the neighbors. So the two line which you have on both sides, is that the parameters of those to the two neighboring properties?
That's right, yeah.
I just want to know the depth that you're proposing. Is it aligned somehow with their depth of their building, or you're just proposing something more in terms of the?
We're asking for a building depth. We're asking to add 1 meter to the existing building depth, so a total variance of 1.7. And that is because we, in order to have the stairs be able to serve the 2 additional units, it lengthens the overall building depth. It is true the bedroom is generous, but given that it is only 1 bedroom and it may very well be a couple, you know, the idea of having a certain generosity of space seemed desirable.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Any more questions to this? Are we ready? Yeah, let's move into a committee. Just to what you just said, yeah, the property on the north, it is shorter. Yeah, it extends, and then I think it does have a privacy issue there. Yeah.
I just wanted to start the discussion.
Yes, we have a yeah.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, this is a highly desirable idea. Like, this is right beside a subway station. We should absolutely be having 3 rental units there. It's great. It's a very, very constrained lot. I think it's pretty reasonable to want a little bit of extra depth, especially given that the building to the south is even longer. I recognize it's a corner lot, but even so, it's still not a huge. The units are still pretty small. I really don't think. I think a decent sized bedroom is not an unreasonable thing to want.
But I do want to raise.
Let me continue. For the eaves, I mean, the fact is that for many decades, the 2 neighboring properties have had the advantage of being able to encroach on the neighbor, but they can't possibly expect that to continue. The fact is that they were built encroaching the neighbor, and eventually that was going to change. So I really don't think that, I mean, obviously that has to be addressed, but I think it's a reasonable thing to have to address. I mean, the encroachment, the current encroachment to the property will be addressed by the new building, so that benefits the neighbors. And the fact is that those eaves are encroaching, and they have to come up with a solution one way or another to fix that. So personally, I think this is a very reasonable request. The only thing I would say is that definitely there should be privacy screens on the north side. I totally agree that it would be an issue if people can look right into their window. It's very close. So other than that, I think that this is very reasonable myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree most of what you said. Just one thing I like to modify.
I haven't made a motion yet. That was just my.
No, yeah, I just like to modify one issue is about the roof. I do not think even the applicant or the neighbors care too much about the encroachment a little bit over. This is 100 years old houses. That's not what the issue. The issue mainly is the impact of the new construction will create water problem that they have to resolve. Apparently, when asked that question, the applicant seemed to be willing to work with you in terms of solving the problem, because that's to do with with the impact. I do not think that the setback and all is too much of the concern is to create a valley with water and snow sitting there for a few months.
Well, that's obviously not in the interest of the applicants either, right?
Yeah,
So I think it's in the interest of everyone to solve that problem.
Yeah, I think
together.
that's a reasonable concern, for sure. That's what I want to just modify what we in terms of variances, you will not see the impact, right? The variance is only 4. You will not be able to see it from there. Okay. All right, so that's my comment. And do we have a motion on the floor? Yeah.
I'm happy to make a motion if I must. Okay. I would like to make a motion to approve these variances for the reasons I stated earlier, with the condition that the north side of the balconies have privacy screening.
At both the second and third.
On both the second and third floors. And also, I believe forestry conditions 2 and 3 are required as well.
Okay, can I ask our deputy secretary, can we just have a note? I know that
We do
do
it
not-
for the record that we encourage the applicants to
Yes.
work with their neighbors to solve the eavesdrop problems.
Yes.
Through the chair, yes, we can add that note in the minutes.
That would be
Yeah,
great.
and,
Thank
and
you.
they have the roof drainage problem, because they will be like this way. Yeah, that's a note.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
So, yeah, that's a good motion. Anyone want to second that motion? Ms. West, a second. All in favor with the conditions and the motion and the note to say that to solve the roof problems. All unanimously approved. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Yeah. Mm. And also the privacy screen, yeah, you got that one, yeah, okay. Okay, the next item, oh, yeah, 5 minutes, 5 minutes break requested, yeah. Yeah, me too, actually.
Everyone.
We're good to go? Okay, let's resume. The next item, okay, the next item is number 6 and 6 SHIPMAN Street. This is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling, a duplex. The dwelling will contain 2 residential dwelling units with separate entrances. On this file, we have received a survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, 4 photographs of the property, and cover letter from agent and the previous decision affecting the property, and a fee exemption from the agent and advisory staff report from Metrolinx. That's it. Yeah. The right agent is here. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe we do have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Okay. Yeah.
Graham, you've been
Chair.
unmuted.
Hi. Can you let us
My
know-
name is Graham Asquith. I'm the registered agent for the owner, the Parkdale Land Trust. My business address is 123 Front Street.
Yeah. Since we do not have any other people want to speak to this item, I want to check with the panel whether they want to have a presentation from you. No, no one wants a presentation, and no one needs a presentation. And we have studied all the material submitted. And do you have anything you want to address the panel before we move into discussion and make a decision on it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not. I'm happy to answer any questions that there may be, however.
Yeah, we might. Yes, we do have one question. Yeah, a question. Yeah.
I was just wondering very briefly, you did get an approval just a few months ago. I was just wondering what's changed, just very quickly.
Certainly, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So the previous approvals were more or less for the exact same massing. The proposal itself has not changed. The only actual physical change is we've removed a ramp that was at the front of the property. The reason we're before you today is because the previous proposal was based on an incorrect survey. This was only discovered after we had engaged in further design exercises to have a more detailed permit set. When it was discovered, we corrected our drawings and resubmitted for the Committee of Adjustment just so that our variances can reflect accurately the true property lines. The only thing that has changed is having a complete and accurate survey.
Oh, I see.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, please? Yes. I just want to mention, since you have submitted the letter of exemption, it seems that you have some sort of condition applied, and you have to deal with that yourself. The committee is not going to address that.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. That was just to have the application fee waived. So we are aware of the exemption and happy to deal with that on our own.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. No question? So we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Thank you. Yes, Peter.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to bring a motion. This is a very oddly shaped lot, and I think that's what's driving a lot of the variances that are being requested. And they're also very similar variances to what's existing there. And it actually, the proposal improves on a lot of the setbacks. And the use of this is obviously an admirable use. And so I can see no negatives to approving the variances that are being requested. I see them as minor. So I move approval subject to urban forestry.
Oh, yeah, forestry 3, yeah. Second, Mr. Dylan Reed, second, yeah. All in favor with condition, unanimously approved. Thank you, it's approved, thank you. And number 7's been deferred, and number 8 is 440 WINNETT Avenue. This is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear first-story addition, a complete second and third floor addition, and a front covered porch and an integral garage, and a rear second-story deck with stair. The existing detached garage will be demolished. They are seeking 10 variances. And on this, we also received survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, revised site plan, floor plan, elevation, and email corresponding from the agent, and arborist report from the agent, and planning rationale from the applicant, and a cover letter from the agent, and a deferral request.
Through you, Madam Chair, you might be reading from number 7. That was already.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, of course, I have to move on to number 8. Sorry. And then here we receive survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, and cover letter from agent, arborist report, tree protection plan, and presentation material from the agent. We also have email corresponding from transportation engineering and staff report from River Forestry and advisory comment from Metrolinx. We have support from many addresses on WINNETT Avenue, and also opposition from Atlas Street. We also have 6 letters of support and also opposition from Cambridge Street. Let's have the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, just a point of correction, so a total of 17 form letters in support.
Yes.
And then we have correspondence in opposition from 505 Atlas Avenue.
Oh, okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person, and we do have a speaker registered in interest on the line virtually.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, welcome.
My name is Sandy Smith, and I'm at 10 Overdale Road, and I'm the agent.
Okay. Yes, you do have some oppositions, so you require a presentation from you, 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. The proposed project is located in the Cedarville neighborhood, which is comprised of original bungalows and new 2-story houses constructed in the last 10 years. The area is changing from these bungalows to newer and larger homes as younger families move into the area. On review of past Committee of Adjustment applications, there has been numerous projects that have been successfully been approved for similar variances and development. The existing bungalow sits on a narrow lot on the street, and there is an existing mature red maple tree which will require urban forestry's clearance. Client is intent on preserving the tree, and the site has been designed to avoid minimal impact on the tree. We have submitted to the committee an arborist report. Our intent for the project is to develop the property and to satisfy the client's programmatic goals while also maintaining the building characteristics of the neighborhood. For us to achieve these goals, we have maintained the existing house and the current setbacks. We are seeking approval for 10 variances. A number of the variances are reflective of the existing conditions of the site. By maintaining the existing bungalow in the setbacks, the new addition is non-compliant. The permitted platform deck, variance 1, the new exterior front stair, variance 10, and the new roof eaves projection, variance 10, are all matching the current existing setbacks of the house. Can we see drawing 3 on the of the presentation material? I want to just explain the following variances. Seek approval because proposal, according to the zoning bylaw, is a 3-story house with no basement due to the established grade. Permitted floor space index, variance 4, is higher than what is permitted. If the house was considered 2 stories with a basement, the floor space index would be calculated to include the first and second story, and the floor space index would be 80.8%, which is marginally over the allowable. The permitted maximum floor area of each platform, variance 5, are non-compliant. If the deck was off the first floor, at the rear of the house, it would be allowable. Due to the narrow setbacks between the properties, safe transit to the backyard utilizing the existing driveway is no longer feasible, necessitating a garage at the front and a widening of the existing shared driveway. These variances for permitted driveway, variance 6, permitted front yard landscaping, variance 7, and the permitted front yard soft landscaping, variance 8, are non-compliant, but upon reviewing many past Committee of Adjustment decisions, these variances have been approved. And lastly, due to the programmatic needs of the project and the narrow site, we are seeking approval for the permitted maximum length, variance 2, and the permitted maximum depth, variance 3. We wanted to minimize the height of the house and to maintain the character of the neighborhood, so instead we increased the building depth and the length. Many neighbors in the area have been approved for similar developments, and we have included many precedents in our supporting letter of April 23rd. The client have canvassed all the neighbors and reviewed their intended proposal. To date, they have 17 letters of support. We have one letter of objection to the proposal from the neighbor at 505 Atlas Avenue, which, although near the project, they will not be immediately affected by the development. Upon investigation, we noticed that the neighbor at 505 Atlas resides in one of the few remaining bungalows in the neighborhood. We are sympathetic to her concerns. We know from her objection letter that the neighbor is very unhappy with any of the development in the neighborhood. Her main concern is flooding, and although the Committee of Adjustment do not address such concerns, we will provide a site drainage design which will mitigate any runoff from the site. We feel in this stable but changing neighborhood that the proposal is appropriate development for the land, that the intent and the variances are requested are minor, and it is desirable and appropriate development for the property. The identified variances are also similar to other variances that have been approved in the Cedarville neighborhood. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Do you want to ask question now, or you wait till now?
We can wait.
Oh, we can wait. We wait till other speakers finish, and then we'll get you back.
Thank you.
Yeah. The next speaker. Yeah.
Matt, you have been unmuted. Matt, can you hear us? Matthew Klug.
Through you, Madam Chair, Matthew Klug is in the meeting but is unable to hear us.
Oh. So we try the next speaker, and then we go back to Matthew.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's the only speaker listed, so perhaps you can move to any questions of the agent, if any, and we'll try once again to call Matthew.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, please, Mr. Dillon, read them.
Yeah, so I totally get that it's an unusual situation with the deck, just because of the particular layout. But that does mean the deck will be a little bit elevated. Do you have any plans to put like privacy screening on the sides?
Yes, we do. In fact, Matthew is the neighbor to the north of us, and we have been in discussion with him regarding the privacy, and we have agreed to put a 1.5 meter private screen at the north side of our deck for him.
Okay, and would it be okay if we include that as a condition, just to be sure and to reassure the neighbor?
You could.
And how about the south side?
South side, we have no objection from the neighbor to the south side. He also is at has a deck at the back of his newly built home. And at this point, there has been no discussion or consideration for a screen at the south side.
Okay, so he may prefer not to, we don't know. Okay, so we'll just, if that's okay, we'll just put a condition on the north side.
For the north side. That would be fine, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, Matthew, the other speaker is on the line now.
Oh, okay, let's have Matthew. Yeah.
Matthew, you have been unmuted.
Hello, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I missed a little. Great. I missed a little of this. I'm actually Matthew Klug from 442 WINNETT, and I'm actually in support of this application. The applicant and I have already had some discussions about the one minor matter of privacy, and I believe they've already addressed it by agreeing to put a 6-foot-tall privacy screen on the north side, which is, I may have just missed that you just covered that. So assuming that that's the case, I have no objection.
Yeah. Oh, just to let you know, usually we will apply the standard height 1.5 from the finished deck. Yeah, for the ice, you have to be very tall to look over 1.5.
Right.
And in fact, that is the height we have agreed on, was 1.5.
Yeah, from the finished deck, yeah. All right. There seems to be a resolution there. Okay, thank you very much, yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Any more questions? So no more questions, we are in committee. Do you have anything you want to address us? Okay, now we are in committee. Okay, Mr. Gogan. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this application with the notation about the privacy screening on the north side?
Yes, north side on the deck, rear deck.
And again, just make note of the fact that they've spoken to each other and found a solution in advance is great for the committee, so we appreciate that.
And I think there's a forestry condition one.
Oh, forestry condition 1 as well. Thank you.
Yep. And they miss anything? Anyone second? Yeah, Mr. Weed second. Yeah. And all in favor with conditions? Yeah, unanimously approved. Thank you for coming. It's approved. Yeah.
Thank you.
So item number 9. I think we're going to. Is it 9? Yes. A, B, C. And the first part is to, number 9, is to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 undersized residential lots to create new easement right-of-ways. And for this, the part 1 and 2, is to construct a new 2-story detached duplex with a front covered porch and a rear deck and a basement walkout, front and rear balconies on the 2nd floor, and a front yard space, parking space. There will be 2 residential units per lot. Here we also receive survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, 2 photographs of comparable property, cover letter from the agent, and arborist report from the agent, and presentation material from the agent. And we also have received comment from the development engineering and urban forestry. We have support from 5 support on MIDBURN Avenue. That's all we received, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we did receive late last night a revised report from Community Planning.
Okay.
Staff will put that on the screen. So Community Planning has just revised their condition.
Okay.
And you all also have this as I sent it last night, but we have it on the screen.
Yeah, okay, great, yeah. All right.
And through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent on the line, and we have a number of registered speakers also on the line.
Oh, I see. Okay, let's have the agent then. Yeah. Those speakers are in oppositions? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, they are not actually listed. We have some listed in interest, and the others have not specified.
Okay, let's have the agent, please. Yeah.
Leo, you have been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, yeah.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leo Mastandre. I'm the agent for the owners at 15 MIDBURN. And essentially, we submitted a revised zoning notice because we had to address the planning concerns. One of their main issues was...
Sorry, Miss, did you give us your address? Maybe you...
817 Cosburn Ave.
Okay, yeah. Okay, because you do have some interested speakers. Can you give us a 5-minute presentation? We can start now. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you can pull up our revised zoning notice, which we worked closely with planning and addressed all their concerns, and we removed 2 of the variances, and the one variance is increased. The actual building is the same size, but the actual depth increased because they wanted us to push the house back in order to increase our landscaping.
Okay. In that case, in that case, can we just go through the changes first in numbers? Yeah.
You have the variances. You have my revised zoning waiver.
Through the chair to the agent, agent, we don't have a revised notice. Are you the notice that was sent out to the public? Is this correct? We have it on the screen.
We submitted a waiver. It's on the AIC. We submitted a waiver.
You mean previously?
We submitted a waiver after discussing these concerns with planning. It was dated March 19, I believe. It's when I looked on ESC, I saw it there. It says revised
but we do
waiver.
not have...
It just says waiver. It's not on the consent. I think it's on the application, I believe.
In that
I
case,
saw it myself on the IC.
Leo, we don't have that in front of us at the moment, so can you please go through these variances? If something has increased...
Fair enough. Number 4, okay, so on application 15 MIDBURN B, so you put me off the public hearing notice, because I only revised the actual zoning notice. Put me off the public hearing, or we got the public hearing notices? Sorry, give me 1 second. So variant, you have the numbers? Where's those letters?
we can stop the clock. We sort out the revisions first.
I'm just looking because we did submit these on March 19th, and I saw them this morning on AIC. So anyways, that being said, I marked up the zoning notice and not the public hearing notice. So give me 1 second so I can print off the public hearing notice and go through the variances, or I can look at it on the screen. So basically, the one regarding the main wall height, 7.5.
Just raise that. I think our Deputy Secretary has something to say.
Through the chair to the agent, so we're just asking you if the notices that went out to the public, are they correct? Do they reflect the variances you're currently seeking? We have them on the screen right now. It appears like we see your waiver. It appears that they seem to match.
I see. So you've already addressed it. Sorry. Yes, you're right. Sorry. I apologize. So my apologies. So we did revise our notice. Yes, the ones that are in front of us are correct.
Oh, so that's good. So, we have the most updated.
So planning is on board with this. So essentially, I feel that this is in keeping with the context. So in speaking to the neighbor, number 17, one of her concerns was to provide privacy screening on the east side. So we're willing to do that on the rear balconies.
Yes.
If you'd like, we can do it on both, whatever. And we agree with the conditions from planning to provide permeable pavers for the walkway and the parking pad. That being said, so the variance regarding the landscaping, in my opinion, I think that this is one of those variances that I believe needs to be worked on, because if we had a garage, we wouldn't have zero variance, and the landscaping is the exact same. But because it's a parking pad, it's the parking pad's not deducted from the landscaping. So in my opinion, I disagree with how this bylaw is written, only because, like I said, if we had a garage, essentially the landscaping is exactly the same, and we have no variance. And the fact that we're not allowed to deduct the driveway, we get these variances, which we had to play around with planning in order to address their concerns. And I just find it very strange that, anyways, it's neither here nor there. But planning's on board now. We pushed the building back, and I believe this is in keeping with the neighborhood context. We submitted some photos of 8 MIDBURN, which is directly across the street, which our houses are going to be very, very similar. And we submitted 5 letters of support, and we agree with the engineering comments.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any... Yeah, that's directly across the street. And that's just to showing a flat roof design, modern style. This neighborhood is changing constantly, and there's various houses. And I believe to create an opportunity, this lot is an anomaly in the area, and to provide an extra house, I think is good for the city.
You finished? Oh.
If you have any questions,
I don't know whether he's finished yet.
He just said if you have any questions.
Oh, okay. Okay, we do have a question for you.
Just one question. So, just for clarification, I'm assuming that the front yard parking is entirely within the property line, so you don't need any permission from transportation to get a front yard parking pad. Is that correct?
yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, no more questions. The next speaker then, yeah, please. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can move to the registered speakers.
Yeah, Shan, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, Shan of 13 MIDBURN Avenue. Are you there? It appears you're on the line. Through you, Madam Chair, we'll move to the next speaker and try to circle back to Yan. Yeah. Or to Yao.
Johnny, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Johnny LaRock from 14 MIDBURN Avenue, directly across the street from the proposed buildings.
Okay.
I'm in opposition.
Yes, you have 5 minutes to tell us your concerns then, please. Yeah.
Great. In regards to the max lot size, there are currently no homes on MIDBURN Avenue that use almost the entire lot for a building. If you review the location map, you'll see the majority use much less than 40%. Some use as little as 1/7, 14%, 1/5, which is 20%, or 1/3, which is 33%. And those are both number 13 and number 17, 17, which is a heritage building that is neighbors to these proposed buildings, isn't in keeping with the street, the heritage or the century homes on the street. Variance 2, driveways. I don't see a problem with permeable driveways as long as the frontage minimum and landscaping minimum is met. I am confused, however, that the proposed buildings are to be 4 units. I don't see how 2 parking pads will serve 4 families. The current renters of number 15, for example, have 4 vehicles and resort to parking on the street and have to constantly move their vehicles in and out of the driveway. Variance 3, minimum frontage. Why can't the minimum frontage be met if the developer is trying to help solve the city's affordable housing crisis? Making 4 units as large and as expensive as they can will not help. Instead, we'd be losing what would be one affordable multi-generational home. Variance 4, landscaping. In regards to the required front landscaping, a reduction of over 38% or 14.59 square meters is not a minor variance. Developer can simply move the proposed buildings further into the backyard, and it has the added benefit to no longer wall in the bedroom windows of the neighboring houses at 13 and 17. Variance 5, the soft landscaping. In regards to the front yard soft landscaping requirement, a variance of over 18% or 7.5 square meters is again not minor. And again, this problem can be solved by moving the buildings further into the backyard. Other concerns I have, the hydro pole, it seems to be missing from the plans. Where will it be moved? Will the power be upgraded? Our street experiences about a dozen power outages per year. I've been tracking them for the last 2 decades. We had one at the beginning of this item, actually. I had to join by cell phone. In regards to the heritage style, we have several heritage homes on the street. I believe there should be a requirement that the frontage of the building be in keeping with the style of the street due to the neighboring heritage home, for example. And can adhering to a construction timeline be enforced somehow? Our street has already been in construction hell with the ongoing replacement of number 8 MIDBURN, now in its 3rd year. In summary, are the city bylaws maintained? No. Are the proposed variances minor? No. Is the proposed a desirable and appropriate use of the land? No. A better use of the land would be using it as is for a multi-generational family home, or converting it to a semi-detached home, which our street has a few good examples of already. This would be the most desirable option and the one that does the most good in a housing affordability crisis. The only reason a developer would propose 2 detached buildings of this size with these variances would be to make the most money, not to aid a crisis or to do good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Oh, no. Okay, let's have the next. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, Shan, are you there?
I am. Hello. Hi, sorry about that. Just some connection issues.
It's okay.
Everyone hear me okay?
Give us your name, first, last name, and your address, please, for the record. Yeah.
Sure. My name is Yashin Whaley Horhager, and I live at 13 MIDBURN Avenue, which is the resident directly to the west of 15 MIDBURN.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes to address the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have concerns about the variances of this development for the following reasons. Firstly, a building depth of 20.03 meters is excessive relative to the other homes along the south side of MIDBURN Avenue, as seen on the location map. So even though the bylaw does mention, I believe it is 19 meters, no homes along that stretch of MIDBURN are actually that size right now. So adding an additional 1 meter to that would be excessive relative to the other properties in the area. So I would say that it's out of character for the homes along this stretch and is much more significant than a minor variance, and fundamentally just undermines the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. I would say this change in depth will also have significant impact to my home and the other adjacent homes, including loss of sunlight, privacy, views, spacing, and openness due to the mass height and bulk of the proposed development. Will also have impact to the trees, foliage, and other greenery on our lots. I will say that the arborist report does not include some trees that are actually located in my backyard. Maybe it's because they're not registered trees, but they're trees nonetheless that would be directly abutting this new development if it were to move forward. Secondly, the proposed development at 15B MIDBURN is insensitive to privacy with the proposed west side elevation second-story windows abutting the second-story windows of my home, making for a high degree of discomfort. And this is of particular concern to me, given that I have young children. So with this new development, what will happen is the neighboring home at 15B MIDBURN will be able to look directly into my children's bedrooms.
Oh, did we lose her? Oh.
Yashan, are you still there?
Can you hear me okay? Hello?
Hi, yeah, you have been signed on multiple devices. Can you mute one device and only proceed with the other device, please? Because we're hearing a bit of feedback on your end.
Sure, sorry, there's just some connection issues. Can you hear me now okay?
Yes.
Yes. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So thirdly, I have concerns with the front yard and proposed parking pad of the proposed development. So the proposed plan entails a significant reduction in landscaping that will negatively impact the green space on the street. And there is a lack of consideration for the amount of parking needed with only 2 parking spaces for 4 lots. So this raises concerns for additional traffic.
Through Madam Chair, it seems like this person is experiencing connection issues on their end because they're still registered and in attendance.
I'm here.
All right, so let's try it again.
I'm here.
Okay, you're back.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm just having to switch back and forth. We're having a power outage, as the previous speaker just mentioned. I would also just mention that the proposed development will require moving a city street light, which has not been considered in the plans and would impact safety and, of course, lighting on the street. And overall, I would just say that this plan would create significant hardship and a reduction in living quality for myself and other adjacent neighbors, for which the current zoning bylaws are in place to protect. So I just ask that you please consider this position as you make your decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any question to this speaker? No, we don't. We don't have any questions to you. Let's have a next. Yeah, thank you.
Mary, you have been unmuted.
My name is Mary Mitchell. I live at 17 MIDBURN Avenue, a house that was built in 1897. I would like to know how far from the property line the new houses will be built, and will it cause damage to the existing foundations of 15 and 17? I also am concerned about the length of the house. It's going to affect 7 of my windows, 3 below grade and 4 above grade. I'm objecting to the balconies, and I too am questioning 1 parking space. Also, I have a chestnut tree in my backyard, and while it is on the arborist report, I see no mention of what they are going to do to protect that, because the chestnut tree is quite close to the property line. And I'm not nearly as articulate as the other 2 speakers, but my concerns, or their concerns, are also my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Okay, no questions. Do we have more? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's all the registered speakers for this item. We can circle back to the agent.
Yes, please, let's have the agent.
Yes, hi.
Yes, can you address to
if
all
you-
the concerns that raised only, please, yeah.
Sure, yes. You pull up my A1 site plan, please? So, if you look at the number of the building, our building is 19 meters. The planning department requested that we push it back about approximately a meter or so to improve the landscaping numbers. So we did that. But we had our original proposal was, see the heavy dashed line? That's where the depth is taken from, not from our building. So because it's taken from there, but if you look at our actual building and zoom into that dimension in the middle, it's 19 meters. So the only reason that we pushed it back is because planning wanted us to increase the numbers for the front yard landscaping. So if you pull up the photos I had of number 2 MIDBURN, the other one. So there's the garage and the cars parked in front of the garage, which most people do not park in their garage. They park in front of their garage, as you can see in this photo. So essentially, the fact that we have a parking pad is the same as having a garage that you're parking in front of it. And planning does not have any concerns with this. To address one of the concerns was from the engineering department was if you pull up back number A1. So A1, if you look at the driveway, the utility pole is in the middle of our driveway. So the reason why planning revised their letter was because they tied us to A1. But because of that utility pole, we need to now flip the house, like mirror image the house. So the setbacks on the sides are identical. We don't have a setback issue. We don't have a coverage issue. Don't have a floor area issue. We don't have a height issue. Essentially, we're here for minor variances, and our lot is only 2.75 inches smaller than the 6 meters. The depth is because planning required us to set it back, but our building's only 19 meters. The parking and the landscaping, those two, the variance number 4 and 5, if we had a garage, we wouldn't have either of these variances because you're allowed to deduct the driveway if you have a garage. So the fact that if you have a garage or don't have a garage, at the end of the day, the landscaping is identical. So I don't understand why it makes a difference if you have a garage or not, because the actual landscaping itself would be the same. So in my submission, I believe these variances are minor and the proposal is desirable and the general intent of the official plan and the zoning bylaw are maintained. And in addition, we're providing more housing, which Toronto is in need of. And this is my submission. So if we were to flip the house, we wouldn't have to remove that utility pole. So currently, our windows are inside each other. They're facing inside the middle of each other. But when we flip this one house, it will be towards number 17. If you could make it a condition that we will frost those windows, I'm willing to accept that. Mm-hmm. And we do agree with the conditions from planning, making the walkway and the parking pad permeable, and the conditions from engineering we're going to address by flipping the house, and it won't affect any variances because the setbacks are the same on either side. And I already spoke to zoning and planning about this, and everyone's on board.
Mm-hmm. I do have just clarification. You mentioned that you're going to flip the house, or it's already been flipped? What we're looking at?
So no. So what we see here with the two driveways side by side, We're not going to do that. We're going to take A and copy it to where B is.
Yeah. Okay, so,
But it doesn't affect any variance.
okay, understand. All right, thank you. Yeah. Any question to the agent, please? Yeah, we have some questions.
Just a quick question. On the current application, as it's been submitted, are you relocating the utility pole, or are you keeping it in the middle of that driveway?
Well, this is the reason why we're flipping the house, is because right now, at 15B, the utility pole is kind of near the driveway. The utility pole's there, if you can see it, LP.
Yeah, I know, I understand.
UP. So the reason why we're going to mirror that house is to put the driveway on the other side and to avoid trying to move that light pole, and also addressing the engineering concerns.
So why did you submit an application that had that configuration if you knew you had the problem with utility pole?
Initially, we thought we could move it, but in speaking with engineering and planning, we agreed to flip it instead, which would be just identical, the same house as A on B. Okay. So it really wouldn't affect anything.
But
and this was this just happened. That was noticed about a week ago, and that's why planning revised their report.
Yeah, but the curb cut will be revised though, right? You will have.
Correct. We will when we resubmit that's why they didn't tie us to the drawing. So yes, the curb cut will be with the driveway.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Yes, so we have more questions.
Okay, just to clarify in terms of this flipping. So originally you had the windows actually facing each other, is that correct? And now they're going to face out? Is that correct?
Just one, just 15B will be facing out because it'll be the same as A. We're just going to copy it and put it in the same. So both.
Okay. So
both parking pads will be on the left or.
I understand. So in fact, what you're doing is you're taking. So you're not flipping the two. You're actually simply copying.
Not flipping it. We're basically taking.
You're taking one and you're putting it in the other one. So they're both going to be identical. Is that correct?
Exactly. Correct.
Okay, I understand.
Only because of the utility pole and speaking with engineering.
I don't. That's fine. I just want to understand exactly what's happening. So in fact, what we're doing is we're not swapping the two. In fact, we're taking one and we're putting it in the same plan to the other location as well. That's correct, right? So
yes, and that's why we want to frost windows.
Yeah. Okay.
Because now the windows are now going to be one of them on the B is going to be facing number 17,
right,
which we can frost.
Okay. Thank you. The other question is on the second floor balconies. Are you okay with having privacy screening on? Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay. No, we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Yeah. Okay.
I'll take a crack at it.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Gogan.
We have multiple things going on here. One is the subdivision of the property, right? Subdivision. It's a unique lot. It's pretty wide. It looks like it can accommodate two houses on it. The reasons behind semi-detached versus fully detached houses is not for me to address, but it looks like it can accommodate two fully detached houses. It does have impact on, it does have a unique relationship to each neighbor on the, I don't want to say east and west, but I'm always wrong, so let me make sure. Yeah, east and west. So if you go to the assumption that the subdivision is acceptable, then you get to the individual houses, and then we try to figure out what could you build on these two lots? What would be as of right, and then what would be minor? And that's what I think the applicant has tried to do here. And I do find most of them minor, fundamentally minor. But what is confusing to me is that we are reviewing an application that we're copying one proposed plan to the adjacent site with different window configurations, and it's getting to the point where it's hard to support it for me because it's not clear on the impact to the adjacent neighbors. But I do understand the intent of moving it so he doesn't have to move the utility pole. I mean, that's for my discussion for you as the committee. I generally support this, but the fact that the drawings do not match what the proposal is and ultimately going to be is very challenging for me. Thank you.
Yes, please. Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question from you or maybe Madam Secretary Treasurer. Can we, for example, do motion for approving the severance and then for minor variances we just defer it, or normally these kind of application you deal with all of the severance and together? Okay.
Because you have to have a proposal, for the.
Okay. Because I also have the same concern. I think it's the lot size support the severance, but we are flipping some building, and the drawings that we have doesn't match what the applicant talk with other people to accommodate their need. So it might be a little bit confusing, not for us, and also for the neighbors, and also for later. So that's why I'm also standing on the same issue.
What do you think? But the thing is, the applicant mentioned it will not affect any of the variances.
For my part, I agree. I think I wish we had the complete plans in front of us, but I don't think that it doesn't change my opinion on, I think that these are acceptable applications, and I think that I don't know, I feel comfortable in screening that window frosting the window to the east in terms of, I think that's the only kind of material difference to the outside of the building. I don't know. I think the variances being requested are minor. I commend the applicant honestly in altering the proposal to basically the only, I think, meaningful one. I think the front yard is kind of an odd case, and I get the applicant's or the agent's point about the driveway with the garage door versus without, and how that's almost moot, but the length is one meter. I support it.
Can I chip in?
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't clear at all until later exactly what was being intended, but now that I understand, I mean, I think that it would be a concern if there were variances that were affected, but like the side yard setbacks are all within zoning. So even if we flip it, like the stairs will still be within the zoning, and the side yard setback will still be within the zoning. So I don't think that given that they've already made the effort to keep the buildings within the side yard setbacks that are required, I don't think that it really affects things. The variances will remain the same. And if they don't, then they'll have to come back to us. But I don't think that's the case. I actually really liked the front yard parking instead of a garage. I think that's actually much more friendly to the urban landscape. So I don't want to penalize them. I take their point that due to the zoning quirks, if they had a garage, they wouldn't have to count that. And I think that that's a really fair point. And I think it's actually an improvement for the city to have just a front yard parking and not that garage space. Otherwise, I think, in terms of the neighbors' concerns about parking, the 2 basement units are going to be secondary units. So it's unlikely that, they're not too far from transit. They're certainly right close to some cycle routes. So I think it's reasonable to suppose that the tenants in the basement apartments may not need cars. And so that may not have an impact on parking. And then overall, I think it's actually, and I also take their point that they're only asking for the depth because of planning. So they're kind of in a catch-22 there, where planning is actually asking to push back. And once they agree to that, then they have to push back. So I too would have liked to have the new plans ahead in front of me, but I feel like it would be unnecessarily complicated to. I think it's fairly clear what will happen, and I think it would be unnecessarily complicated and burdensome to ask them to defer just to get like the new plans fully thing. So I'm going to support this. With the I think the important thing is the frosting the windows, which I really appreciate they offered, and definitely privacy screening as well as the planning condition.
I do agree almost 100% what you said, but with a slightly different understanding. If you were saying not supporting the application as it is, when it comes back, even if they flip the plans and drawing, it will be exactly technically the same variances we're looking at. So on that ground, I do not think technically we can justify that. So I'm also in support on that ground, yeah. So please, the motion, and then we can. Peter, we will have.
Sure, I'll move a motion for the reasons that I've discussed and we've discussed as a committee. Subject to, so that's the consent and then the associated 2 minor variance applications. Subject to community planning conditions, urban forestry conditions 1 and 2, development engineering conditions, and then screening on the rear balconies east and west side for both of the proposed houses, and frosted windows on the east side of 15B.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, for the frosting of the windows, it would have to be on both, because see, if the plans, if it's being flipped,
okay,
and the frosting windows would have to be on both houses.
Because they're actually not flipping, they're copying. So the western one will actually be facing the other severed lot.
Right, but for the condition,
Part 2.
I'm just cautioning you have to be careful which condition you're putting this to, which address, which parts, because that will be different.
Yeah, it's Part 2.
Is it Part 2?
Part 2, the 15B.
It's only Part 2. Building on Part 2 have frosted glass on the first floor about windows.
Second floor.
A second floor. We try to be correct.
Can I make a friendly just specification? The staff report is the dated April 30th.
Yes, because it's a revisions, yeah.
Yes, with the conditions not tied to plans.
Okay, everything clear now, right? So we have a second. Mr. Weed second. All in favor with all the conditions? 4-1, yeah. Ms. Weed's dissent. Yeah, 4-1. Okay. So we move to number 10, 616 Clinton. This one we are going to read, to hear it side by side with 618 Clinton. On this one is to maintain the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling and the existing 1-story auxiliary building, which is a detached garage in the rear yard. So on both items, we receive copy of survey, site plan, and coachman plan, and 18 photographs of the property, and a cover letter from agent. And we also receive comment from development engineer. Oh, I'm so sorry. Can I go back to the previous item? We forgot one major condition is the sufferance, then the sufferance conditions. We did not mention that.
Through you, Madam Chair, you mean the engineering conditions?
Yes.
They were included.
They were included.
Yes.
Okay, so suddenly, okay, good. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, go back to number 10 and 11. And we also received correspondence from 279 Christie Street. And we are ready for the agent. Is it the same agent or different agents?
Hello. I'm the same agent for both applications.
Oh, you're the same agent. Okay, great. Make it easy for us. So can you let us know your name and address, and I will going to check whether you have any opposition. Do we have any opposition? Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and hello, committee members. My name is Ann Twigg. I'm an associate real estate lawyer at Pallet Vallow. My address is 77 City Center Drive, Suite 300 in Mississauga, and I'm the authorized agent for the owners of 616 and 618 Clinton Street.
Okay, let me check with the panel whether they require a presentation from you first. Okay.
It's very confusing. Can we have maybe just a minute to briefly explain?
Exactly. I do need, we do need some kind of clarification. Can you give us a brief presentation? My need is to understand why suddenly both of them require to apply to maintain and keep the existing condition. Yeah.
Definitely. I have a little summary prepared that hopefully will make it clearer. So the parties, the two owners of each property, have actually agreed to bring these applications together because they both benefit from the relief that's being requested. So 618 Clinton Street is a detached building, which a small portion of it encroaches over the property to the south, being 616 Clinton. So if you wouldn't mind pulling up the draft reference plan. Thank you. And scrolling down a little bit. And you could zoom in a little bit. So you'll see 618 at the top, at the north side, and 616 at the bottom. And you'll see part one is a very small part of 618 Clinton Street, that this building was built in the early 1900s. I was given the date about around 1910. And you could see part one encroaches very slightly over the lot line. So we're requesting a minor variance there. And also the garages of both 616 and 618 Clinton Street encroach over each other, both the wall and part of the roof. If I could ask you to go in the tab under 618 Clinton Street, there are photos. If I could ask you to navigate to page 12. I think the photos of the garage will help show you. Thank you so much. So part two on the reference plan is on top of part 6. And if you scroll in a little bit, you'll see that, the walls are essentially built on top of each other. And so we're requesting minor variances there as well. So the minor variances being requested are, for the ancillary buildings from 1 meter to 0 meters for each respective, side. And then the minor variance for the principal building of 616 Clinton for a semi-detached 0.9 meters to 0.75 meters. That's the one to the south. That's still on its own lot, but requires a minor variance here. And then 618 Clinton Street is the one that requires the minor variance for the building setback to be 0 because it encroaches over it. We also submitted related easement consent applications, which aren't the subject of today's hearing, but are related so that the existing buildings can, be in compliance with the zoning. And so if I could ask you to go back to the reference plan, I'll explain the area between the buildings. If you wouldn't mind zooming in, maybe to the crossouts kind of section at the top, the carve out. Yeah, perfect. So part 1, if we could zoom in a little bit. Thank you. Part 1 is the existing building of 618. You can see the face of the wall of line is indicated there. Part 3 is the east troughs, and Part 4 is intended to be an easement for access for the northern property to just maintain the area of their wall and east troughs. So that was a request made, and both owners agreed that would be reasonable. Part 4 is extended to the face of the property and building to the south because it's a narrow area, but enough to give them access for that maintenance. And the applications are to bring the existing structures in line with the zoning requirements, and we believe that the minor variance applications meet the 4 tests in the Planning Act, Section 45 sub 1, and are consistent with the character of the neighborhood. Are there any questions for what I've covered that I could maybe clarify further?
Oh, yeah, good explanation, but I think that as you mentioned, we are actually looking at just the 2 variances that will, although the background story is quite interesting. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair,
It helps to make it clear, I think.
Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, I will note that the associated delegated consent applications have been approved. But of course, the minor variance applications is what is before you.
Yes.
And I will note, we also do have a registered speaker for this, for item 11.
Okay.
So we can go to the registered speaker at 616 Clinton Street.
Yes. Let's listen to that, and then we will get back to you. Okay. Thank you.
Jose, you've been unmuted.
Hi there, sorry, we didn't request to speak. We just requested to be present.
Through the chair, okay, that is fine. We had you registered in interest, but if you don't wish to speak, that is fine.
Okay. All right. So I guess they don't want to speak, so we don't need to respond to what they did not say. I guess. Any questions, please? No questions. We do not have any questions. Now we're in committee. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, Peter. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. This is complicated, but also very straightforward, I think. The variances we have before us are extremely minor and just reflecting of long-standing conditions, and I can see no negative to approving them. So I move approval of both files, item 10 and item 11, without condition.
No condition, yeah. Anyone want to second both motions? Ms. West, you second? Okay, yeah. All in favor with no conditions. Unanimously approved for both 10 and 11. Thank you. So let's move to 12 has been deferred, and 13, number 13 is 789 Adelaide Street West. This is just a minute. I have to construct a new fourplex with front and first and second and third floor balconies and open rear stairs along all levels and a 4th-story rooftop patio. The existing townhouse will be demolished. We also received the minute of the hearing on October 2023 and a copy of surveys, revised site plan, floor plan elevations, and presentation material from the agent, and we have got comments from city planning and also a correspondent in opposition from 20 Stanley Avenue. And yeah, we have the agent ready. Yeah, for this.
Through the chair, we do have the agent here in person, and we do have a registered speaker also here in person in support.
Okay, thank you. You can, yeah, let us know your name and address, and you do have some opposition, so we require you to give us a 5-minute presentation.
The other person's in support.
In support, but no,
But
there's
we
some.
actually have a conflict with lending requirements. I think some presentation would be helpful.
Yes, okay. Oh, I sorry, yeah. I got corrected right away. Thank you. Can you speak a little louder or turn the mic on or something?
Is that better now?
Oh, yes.
Super, thanks, sorry. So I'm just going to give you a brief history of this property. So this property, as the two other next door, they actually have ordered to be demolished in place already. So right now we're just prolonging the life. So that order was issued by City of Toronto. And as you're aware, we all are aware that the city is facing unprecedented shortage of family units or just living units. And the principal idea behind this project is to address the issue of increasing the density and adding units that you can actually live in and work in. This site is very challenging, so the width of the lot is only 12, we're looking at 11.5 feet. And then actually the property to the east of us actually protrudes a bit on our property, so the lot itself, like the project that we're doing ourselves, actually has to be smaller than this. So I can kind of go through the variances and kind of go through some of the ideas. So most of the variances that you see are reflective of the existing condition, or they're directly related to the width of the lot itself. So just going through the variances. So first of one, it's just a platform with main walls. Again, because the lot is so wide, so narrow that we have to, we're right next to our next doors. And current condition is that current building is side to side. When you look at that, again, the big one that is maximum permitted depth of the building. But when you look at actually what we're proposing, the building that's just east of us is only about a meter with some 1.3 I think, just shorter than ours. The way it's being measured, so it's not like we're doing anything that's out of character. And unfortunately, the lot is much wider, right? If our lot was wider, we would be able to kind of densify the building as well and get everything in place. Probably the next, like when we go to the slides, I can probably describe that a little bit better to kind of make you understand why we did what we did. The minimum required setback, because of the narrowness of the lot, we actually made it better from the initial submission. The distance between main walls, again, due to the lot width, we can't do anything about that. The front landscaping and rear yard landscaping, again, similar issues. We actually are better on the front yard landscaping. We're actually putting some green soft landscaping as opposed to stone that was there before. Okay, so if we can just quickly kind of go through the presentation. If you go to slide 2. So this kind of shows you the location where we are and then how it's being measured. So we had this originally when we came to the committee in October, 1st of October, we were asked by planning department that didn't really talk to us before to defer this, and we agree with this to try and work this out. The main issue was the depth of the building, which we agree on reducing. So the rear staircase on the original proposed design was actually fully enclosed with heated staircase to allow people to go in and out, without worrying about elements affecting that. Now, because we open up the walls, we are able to reduce the depth of the building, yet still being compliant with exiting requirements by the OBC. That reduced the depth of the building. However, the newest report from planning did not really agree to that. We had initial conversations, and I feel that if we're going to try to reduce the depth of the building any more significantly, which I can show you on the next slide if we jump in there, it would greatly impact the actual the unit size itself. So we're quickly going through the numbers. So the proposed unit area right now, we were looking at 684 square feet. The actual size within the walls is 590 square feet. If we would have to come back to the distance of 20 meters that's being requested by the planning department, we would only have 488 square feet on the inside of the walls, and we'd be losing probably an office space in order to do that. So that makes those units less viable for people, and you're trying to to provide 4 additional units and then for space for people that can live in and potentially work, like a lot of us work from home right now. So so that's, we don't really understand why they're trying to make us do it. It seems like 20 meters is just an arbitrary number that came in from when we already are trying to make those assumptions. If you jump to the next page, I'm going to explain a little bit better, I think, the condition number 1 they're asking and why we're against it. So due to the width of the lot, we have to put staircases really at the front and at the back of the building. And then the staircases, when you look at the plan, they actually take up most of the space. By planning department asking us to actually set back the second and third and fourth story, which is really going to be affecting units on second, third, and fourth through further reducing their square footage, and not really in character with what's in the neighborhood, and really just by doing that setback, it just reduces the size of those units as well. So currently it is a 4-plex. However, the first unit that you have, it's actually located in the basement due to how this is calculated. So we only have three stories. On the 4th story, we have mechanical units, and we have a rooftop patio. So this whole building, why we're doing it that way too, we're proposing to actually use all our green technologies, so we can have air source heat pumps. We're hoping not to have gas come into this as well. So as you can see, it's such a small site, so we need to put all the equipment on the rooftop. And by putting it inside an enclosed rooftop unit or penthouse, we're actually making them more efficient. So, again, fully green. We're trying to put probably some solar panels on the rooftop as well as green space. And we're going to determine that exactly the size of that mechanical room once it's in place. Okay, if we can quickly kind of go through some of the precedents, which is the next picture. So when you look through the neighborhood, I noted some areas around us coming in, and this is more to do with exactly the setback that cities require us to have. If you jump into the next page. So this is directly next to us. So this is the red brick building right now that you can see. We have a huge tree in front, so you can't even see the property in case. But it's 3 stories high, and there's no setback on this whatsoever, right? Like, it's straight from the street. We're about 7 meters away from the street, from the front of the sidewalk, so from the street level. On the next one, this building actually is directly across from us on the other side of Adelaide. So when you look at that, am I over? I'm sorry, I just want to kind of show you that this building is just directly across from us. It's 4 stories plus the staircase. If you jump to the next slide, it's going to show you it's exactly across from us. It's 4 stories. There's no setback on this. Okay. So in essence, what we're asking for is, I'm fine with number 3 and number 4 from the planning recommendations. We're asking number 1 and number 2 to be removed from the planning recommendations due to the site condition, and us trying to provide proper living conditions for people that are going to be renting those units.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry.
We gave you extra time because.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. Any questions first?
No, we're going to have another speaker.
Yeah, we have another. Okay, we wait. We wait until we hear the other speakers. Okay.
Sorry, Madam Chair. It's not a question. Would it be possible that the applicant repeat about those 4 conditions, which one they're willing to keep, which one not? Sure. I've just missed the last part of your presentation.
Okay, so condition number 1, we don't agree with. Condition number 2, we don't agree with. So condition number 1 is to have the setback on the 3rd and 4th stories away from the property line. Condition number 2 is to have the building depth reduced to 20 meters. Again, both of them would be detrimental to overall building shape and the unit size. We're fine with number 3. The front tree is actually on the city property, so we have no control of that tree anyway. We have to keep it. And number 4, to have a tree planted in the rear yard. We have no issues with that. We're gladly going to plant a tree in the back.
Okay, thank you. Is it clear, Ms. West? Okay, so let's have the next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jenny Nguyen. I'm the owner of 791 Adelaide Street West, so right next door neighbor. Yeah. I support the plan that they're doing. I think it's amazing to be able to put up something new, nice, that will make the street look nicer, as well as being able to provide homes to essentially now 4 different families or people that work in the city, right in the heart of the city.
That's it. Thank you. You haven't used up your 5 minutes, so. All right. So thank you very much. Any questions to the speaker?
Sorry, just to clarify. So, sorry, the map that they've given us doesn't have all the numbers. So, are you the property directly to the west of this property?
Right.
Yes.
And is your house also one of the ones that's subject to a demolition order?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, let's have the agent back. We have questions to the agent? Yes, we do. I'm told. Yes, go ahead, yeah.
Anyway, so I understand this is a very constrained law, and I think this is a really interesting idea. I just wanted you to address maybe more specifically. So clearly planning's depth decision would align it with the building to the east, the back of the building to the building to the east. I assume that that's what they're thinking. And I mean, looking at your plans, that would eliminate the office, yes, but you'd still have space for a large bedroom. So I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on why you feel it's really important not to go with so I totally understand your objection to the first one. Like, I see no way that you could do a setback practically, so I totally understand that. But I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on why you feel number 2 is so difficult, because you'd still have like a 1-bedroom apartment.
Okay, so I think part of this is that we already addressed some of that issue from planning. Like initially, we're kind of, in essence, blindsided by planning telling us that they would like to have a deferral on this when they never express any objections on the original applications. And during those initial conversations with them, all they ask us for is to remove the rear staircase in some way, right? So we explored those ideas. We, everything that came in, we had to keep the staircase. So in order to do this, we open up the staircase so it's not enclosed. Again, I don't like that idea to begin with, right? Because now we're providing space that's substandard for people, and then we have to provide additional maintenance. Meanwhile, and because it's not heated now, right? It's open to snow drifts, so it's not, and it's probably going to be open to air before it was enclosed. So we already reduced that from the 25 meters plus. There were, I think it was 25.7 something to the 22.44. And then seems like, during when we submitted the proposals, the planning kind of came back and said, well, we feel that you should be at 20 meters. Like when you look at these lots, the way you take measurements on them, they're actually skewed at an angle. So it's not that we're going to be in alignment with them because they're protruding more on one side than on the other. So it's very hard. They're not just narrow lots, but they're not like perfectly, rectangular. So the measurements are being taken in a very weird way. So right now, I think the way we have it, the main building is only going to be protruding about 1 meter away from the property next door, which is the remaining one. The other ones are going to be demolished. So they're going to be totally different coming forward. And we're still having, like by doing what we did too, we are increasing the rear setback to the 6 meters back from the 3 that was originally proposed in the original plan. And again, it's more like a play on because the staircase is now open. So it just fell overall the unit size that's 100 square feet that we're pretty much going to be taking away from the unit itself. And that seems like a lot. And when you're trying to provide space for people, and I think having separate space for them to work in, or just having that den, or the office space would just makes totally difference, right, on quality of your life. Those are small units, there's not much space to store things in. And from as an architect, I feel that we're trying to provide quality for people and trying to maximize the lot size. So to me, those 2.5 meters they're asking to reduce, it's massive.
Okay, thank you. Any question? We don't seem to have any more questions, so we are in committee now.
Okay.
Yeah. So, can I just start? I will just say I understand the planning, what they're trying to say. They did mention the pavilion character of the street. I do not think this will fit into what they think there's a pavilion character, because it is just a different type of form. And to ask for a small lot and tight lot to do all the stepping and all, it is making it impractical in terms of what do you gain, in terms of what kind of impact you gain, less impact or something. I think that it's so narrow, it's not going to make much difference, but it does make a big difference in terms of the buildability of a small building. This is my opinion.
I agree. I agree with the applicant. I think he made a good case for not including planning condition 1 and 2, partly because of just the constraints of the lot. But I do think that the impacts on the units are, as you said, are really detrimental.
Yeah.
And with limited kind of public gain to that. So yeah, I think it's a very interesting proposal that is that's supportable.
Yeah, and I also want to add one comment is that the innovative part of the design, which is utilize the narrow lot, but in terms of, in the beginning, I thought, oh yeah, it's very narrow for windows with the stairs and all, but when I look at the elevation, I immediately understand how they solve the problem. Instead of turning the window this way, they just flip it vertically, so there's still a lot of light going into each unit.
Yeah, I agree. I wanted the applicant to kind of really give a full case for not accepting planning condition number 2, and I think that the applicant did a good job on that. It's a very unusual lot. I feel like it's a very creative way of doing it. Also, given the location, I mean, it's very close to the downtown. This is not a place where I feel like, I feel like it's natural that there's going to be a lot of different appearances and structures and stuff like that in the area, and I think the applicant has shown that. There's not really a prevailing condition here. And this is actually a very creative and interesting design, which I think will contribute to this location and absolutely providing for really remarkably dwellable units given the constraints of the lot. And also I think it's important, I'm glad that we learned about the demolition, because this is basically going to be 3 fresh buildings. So there's not really a concern about like matching the building to the west or anything like that. So I think this is very creative and supportable, and I agree that we should not impose planning conditions number 1 and 2.
Yeah. Okay, so any more comments, or we have?
Comment, but it's more of a comment. This sets a precedent for 91 and 93 as well in the future. And so that's kind of how I was looking at it as well. As if we duplicated this project 3 times, would we be happy with the outcome? That was only where I thought the reduction in length might have been appropriate, because then it's less massive, and that could be perceived as one giant 3 lots, one big thing on the street. But again, I don't think it has character. I don't think the street has, it's a character breaking thing for that street. So although I do look at it with that lens, I still think it's a supportable application.
Okay. Peter?
Yeah, I'm happy to move approval of the application for the reasons I said, subject to urban forestry condition 2 and only the 2 final planning conditions. So, yeah, planning condition number 3 and 4.
3 and 4, yeah. Okay, so anyone want a second? Yeah, Mr. Dylan with seconds, all in favor with the conditions, yeah. 4-1. Ms. West, you dissent? Yes. Okay, Ms. West dissent, yeah. Dylan. Approve. 4-1. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And, number 3 and 4 conditions on the planning report. Yeah. Okay. So I think we are on our last item, which is 14. ABC 90 and Amsterdam Avenue is to obtain, the first part is to obtain the consent to survey the property into 2 undersized residential lots. And then the B and C is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, a front porch, and a rear ground floor deck, and a rear basement walked out. On this file, we have received minutes from the December 2023 hearing, copy of the survey and the revised plan survey, revised site plan, floor plans, elevation, photographs of the 3 photographs of the property, and corresponding from the agent, and also Arbor's report from the agent and presentation material from the agent. We received comment from development engineering and staff report from urban forestry, and we also received letter of concern or interest from 51 Holland Avenue. That's it. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent on the line, and we do have a speaker here in opposition in person.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Kwasi, you've been unmuted.
So on this portion of the presentation, I will push this forward to Mark. He would take lead on this, and I will respond to the opposition.
Yes, you do have a proposition, so we require a presentation from you. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank
and
you.
members of the committee. My name is Mark Addo of Adelaide PC. My business address is 1315 Finch Avenue West, Suite 407 in Toronto.
Okay.
I'm here as agent for 90 Amsterdam Avenue, along with Kwasi Addo, the architect.
Yes.
I'm happy to walk you through the presentation.
Yeah.
Can you please have my presentation? Right?
You
Can
have
you please
five,
provide
yeah,
my presentation?
5 minutes. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
It's my slide. I submitted a slide. Can you have it up on the board, please?
Yep, I'm just loading it right now.
Can you pause my time?
Yes.
please?
Yeah. We won't. Can't. Let's have the material on the screen first. Yeah. Don't worry.
Okay. I don't want to, because thank you so much. Okay, so I'll start again. So again, I'm agent for 90 Amsterdam Avenue. I'm here along with Kwasi Addo, the architect, and I'm happy to walk you through this application. The proposal is to divide the lot into 2, build 2 almost identical houses. The minor variances requested are also identical. Can you please turn to slide 2? Okay. The subject lands are subject to the zoning bylaw 569-2013 as amended. Can you please turn to slide 3? So slide 3 showcases the plans of the proposed development and application. Please turn to slide 4. Slide 4 provides the requested minor variances. The proposed newly severe lot will have a lot area of 232.56 square meters and a lot frontage of 7.62 meters. The proposed development of appropriate size and is consistent with other approval variances in the area. Can you please turn to slide 10? Slide 10. Yeah, next one. Yes, so as you can see here, which is 76 Amsterdam Avenue and 80 and 82 Amsterdam Avenue, they brought a similar minor variance application and it was approved. Can you please turn to the next slide? Slide 11, yes. And over here you see 88 and 86 Amsterdam Avenue, and then you see 89 and 91 Amsterdam Avenue. Now these houses are very important because the 86 and 88 Amsterdam Avenue is directly adjacent to the subject property, which is 90 Amsterdam Avenue. And the 89 and 91 Amsterdam Avenue are directly across from 90 Amsterdam Avenue. Can you please go back to slide 9? Thank you. So slide 9 provides a comparison chart of the proposed variance, similar approved variances on Amsterdam Avenue. The slide compares the bylaw requirement with 76 Amsterdam and 91 Amsterdam Avenue. This allows the committee to note that the requested variances are not far apart from variances that has been approved by the Committee of Adjustment. As you can see, the bylaw requires 1.2 meters for the side yard setback. The proposed dwellings will have a side yard setback of 0.90 meters from both the east and west side lot lines. The proposal, again, is similar to 76 and 91 Amsterdam. 0.90 meters allows appropriate distance. It's efficient distance between the property to the north and south, and it leaves separate space for privacy. The proposed rear deck will be 3.02 meters into the rear yard and 0.90 meters from the east and west lot lines. The projection will leave sufficient space and will not adversely impact other properties. If you look at the lot coverage and the floor space index, the proposed floor space index of 0.80 and lot coverage of 41% are reasonable dimensions and similar to other approvals in the area, such as 76 and 91 Amsterdam Avenue. Can you please turn to slide 10? Thank you. Ultimately, the variants individually and collectively represent appropriate development in the subject lands. The proposed variants meet the four tests of Section 45 sub 1 of the Planning Act. They are located in a neighborhood where residential houses are permitted, therefore it conforms with official plan. Variances are minor. Variances maintain the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. The variants are desirable for the appropriate development of the land, and the variants are consistent with the goals of provincial policy and official plans in prioritizing critical housing where there's a lack of supply and affordability has become a problem. This is a modest development that helps provide housing. Please turn to slide 11. The proposal maintains the intent of the official plan by supporting and furthering the function of neighborhood areas and the characteristic of adjacent residential areas. The variances requested are not unorthodox compared to other residential proposals of this nature within the city, making this proposal appropriate and desirable. All the individual and collective variances are minor in nature when analyzing the site characteristic and proposal and do not create any adverse impact. Overall, the development on the site is desirable and provides additional housing, meeting provincial and municipal objectives. Thank you. That's my time, and that concludes my submission.
You must have trained yourself, at 5 minutes. Thank you. So, do you guys want to? Wait. After we hear the opposition, and then we ask you questions. Yeah. Okay. Please, tell us your name and address, please.
John Curtis Bell.
Yeah.
So, my property will be backing on to both of those builds. Mm-hmm. So I'm impacted by both of them. So I don't have a problem with them severing the lot. I think that's fine. Like, pretty much expected it. My concern is around, especially one variance that they're seeking, because I know they want to encroach closer to the street. They want to do it on each side of the houses and towards the back. And it's that back variance that is my major concern. If, on my PDF that I sent in, could you put it to the third image that I have, if you scroll down?
Sorry, when did you submit your correspondence?
I had to do, I was called to say it was accepted. So it was on Friday or Saturday, because I wasn't sure I could make the meeting because I had other meetings, but. It's there. Yeah. Okay, well, maybe I'll just talk to it right now before we can bring it up. So they referred to the neighboring houses where they've done two builds before. Mm-hmm. And yeah, they're comparing it to it, but their builds are actually longer than it, and they want the extension on the balcony off the back. And you can see, the elevation at the back there, how high the balcony is going to be, or the balcony, the deck, at nearly 6 feet high. Now, I have corresponded with Mr. Addo, and I appreciate it, on email, and they said, well, they're going to do a 6-foot privacy fence at the back, but basically all that will be covered are their toes on their feet. So that doesn't really work for me. The biggest concern is that balcony. It stretches across the entire back of each of those homes. And they want it closer to the house. They want a variance to get it 3 meters from the actual, that's just sort of the backyard there. And it's almost going to be like bleachers at the Rogers Center looking over the outfield wall into my backyard, which is a real concern. I do have a 12-year-old daughter who likes to use the backyard, and I know with their balcony, it's coming off the dining room and kitchen area. That's my house with my ground floor deck at only almost 3 feet off the ground. If you'd go to the next picture, I think it's got the neighbor's house there. Those are the 2 neighbors' homes that he's referred to. That's from my immediate neighbor's yard to the west of me. And those are 3-foot decks coming off the back of their place. And you can see they're fairly close to the back fence, which runs continuous with my fence. But theirs is going to be 3 feet higher up in the air and closer, which is a concern for me. Even if you go to image number 2, it's sort of the side section, the cross section they have of the, right there. Yes, right there. I'm confused about the bylaw too, where it talks about first floor and ground floor. And they're saying what they want a variance on, the ground floor says it is the first floor above grade. But if I look to the left where the front entrance is, isn't that above grade where it comes in and has a whole room called the foyer? And then you go upstairs to the kitchen dining room area where the deck comes off of. And that to me is the second floor. And that's where they want the deck considered a ground floor deck. I'm confused as to why, because I think, coming off the front entrance, you could continue the foyer level right across to the back, and I had it considered the ground floor. But instead, below the foyer, you have 9'4" ceilings, and under the rest of it, it's 12'4" basement ceilings. It's quite a high ceiling. I know when you have high ceilings, you push the floor up above it. I'm not an architect, but I think I know that. And with a walkout out the basement into the backyard as well. So I know they would like all these accommodations, but I think what I would like is some consideration. And I have no problem with the build itself. It's just that balcony, to have 2 of them. And, I know when in the summertime off the kitchen and the dining room, the balcony is going to be one popular place, and we have it on both builds over our backyard. And I know Mr. Adu talked to me about the privacy fence. He'd even mentioned trees that were fairly aged, because I was saying, well, you can put trees in. Are they seedlings? How long do I have to wait to get some a degree of privacy? And and I think that's my major concern. I appreciate him talking to me and coming up with a few things that might work, but I need it more officialized, I guess, as to what can be done.
Yeah. What are those? Oh, sorry. Did you finish? Sorry.
Yeah, I think so.
I do have a question. You just mentioned that you did have a discussion with them, and they give you a few suggestions.
Well, we discussed on email.
What are those?
Pardon me?
What are those suggestions?
Well, he was basically telling me what their thoughts were on it, just trying to address my concerns, because this is the second time I've come to this. This was deferred before, so, oh, great, I got to take another day off work. And basically it was said, it's sort of, I know it keeps being said at all the meetings I watch, well, it's been allowed at different places. Hey, they did it, right? Yeah. But if they're going to do comparisons, let's not talk about apples and oranges, having the smaller houses I referred to and the longer ones that they're building. And again, I don't have a problem with doing that.
Tell us the options that they discussed.
Trees. just trees.
Some trees, yeah.
But there's no, it's so vague on what that means exactly, because even in the one picture, if you look at, like, they're going to be cutting down trees. I know there's a massive tree that needs to come down as well, and it's all pushing towards me. So, yeah, trees are great, but one thing I know about trees, they take a while to grow.
Okay. Okay, step back. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any question to this speaker before he? No. Okay, let's get back to the agent.
All right, thank you. I would like to address the comments from opposition.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and panelists of the committee. My name is Kwesi Ado. My address is 5 Valhalla Inn Road, Unit 2711. Our design was reviewed by Nelson Rodriguez, who is the city zoning examiner assigned to our project. He issued a zoning notice, which was shared with the board. As presented by Mark, we are here today to discuss the items we are not able to comply with due to the site's conditions as proposed. However, we have made an effort to address the objections voiced by the opposition. On our side of the property, we are proposing an 8-foot tall emerald cedar trees surrounded by typical 6-foot tall cedar fence, matching our western neighbors. This will provide the privacy for both backyards and should satisfy the concerns raised by the opposition. This does not even account for the mandatory trees we must plant in order to meet the requirements of urban forestry. In order to address the urban forestry comment, we will also plant some sugar maples as proposed in our arborist report and tree conservation plan, which will add more privacy in the future. I hope the board appreciates our attempts to work with the opposition to address the privacy issues. I'm not sure what else we can do in this situation. We believe a 20-foot screen is not reasonable and would provide massing issues. The opposition's single-story home will be overshadowed by any double-height development that is erected. In closing, we believe what we have proposed, though costly, should suffice. To touch on this again, we are proposing an 8-foot tall emerald cedar trees surrounded by a typical 6-foot tall cedar fence, matching our neighbors to the west. The layout of our property is comparable to the property opposite us, 89 and 91 Amsterdam Avenue, which was approved by the Committee of Adjustment. The tight layout of the house would not make one feel cramped in due to the higher floor-to-ceiling heights. Needless to say, we have conformed and well below the maximum zoning building height in the area. As per the one of the questions, the issues the opposition brought up, as per the zoning bylaw, which requires 1.2 meters from grade, would be classified as the first ground floor, which is what we are showing as our foyer. So that is irrelevant. We are conforming to the Ontario bylaw. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. That concludes my remarks regarding the matter.
We do have some questions for you. Yes. Yes, please.
Sure.
Just a few questions. So first of all, I was at the earlier meeting where you deferred, and that was because of the city tree at the front. And it sounds, can you just very briefly summarize I know that forestry at the time was saying that they were going to refuse the things, but that seems to have changed. Can you very briefly say what's going to happen to that tree at the front that forestry was originally concerned about?
So I can speak to this. So initially, like you stated, urban forestry was against our application because they had concerns about the trees. After we deferred our application, we've been in talks with urban forestry. We've addressed all their concerns. We got an arborist report and also a tree protection plan, which treated 5 bylaw protected trees within the area. We came to the conclusion that the project shall remove one of the city's street tree, remove 2 private trees, and 1 boundary neighbor tree. And those trees that will be removed, they'll be replanted with 2 additional trees. So we are in compliance with urban forestry suggestions. So right now, there's no issue with urban forestry, providing we get an approval from the Committee of Adjustment.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're going to plant 2 trees for every one that you remove, and will you be planting another tree at the front on the city property, sort of between the 2 driveways?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's everything is in compliance with the urban forestry.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. That's very helpful. 2 more questions. You referred to the 8 meters trees that you're going to, cedar trees, I think, that you're going to plant at the back for privacy. Are those going to be 8 feet? Sorry. Are those 8 meters would be a lot. Are those going to be 8-foot trees from the beginning, or
Yes. So they have fairly aged trees that are about 8 foot tall. They're a little costly, but that's the how we intend to mitigate the situation with the neighbor.
Right. Okay, thank you. And the final question is, I mean, the neighbor is concerned about the height of the rear deck, which is understandable, is unusually high. Was there any reason why you couldn't just maybe drop that deck a little bit so that people step down from your kitchen to a slightly lower level so it doesn't have quite as much overlook?
So the buildings are extremely narrow, which would it feels very cramped in it. So the higher the ground floor or the main floor, the higher the windows would be. So the second families that would live there, or even if it's the client's family that lives there, they don't feel so cramped and enclosed in. So we try to keep the height of the deck as high as possible because we wanted sunlight from below.
Oh, I see. So you're hoping that there'll be some sunlight that goes into the lower level under the deck.
Correct.
I see. Okay.
Correct. And right behind it is where we have the living room and stuff. So, which requires a lot more light.
Okay, I can you also repeat? I just missed it. How many trees you're going to plant along in the backyard where for the privacy reason? It's only one 8-foot tree.
No, we plan to plant 4 on each property, so it will be 8 in total. Yes.
8 in
and
total.
Also the client, yes, and also the opposition has a couple very aged coniferous trees on his properties as well, which will also shield and create more privacy.
Yeah. So where are these being documented or proposed in your tree? Arborist report or some that we can refer to?
Yes, there's an arborist report which has been uploaded. I think it was uploaded April 30th. And we also link, we have a note from Urban Forestry stating that provided we get approved, they will actually grant us permits to remove the trees, and then we have a replacement trees set up. So I think it's in a memo that Urban Forestry posted on April 30th, 2024.
Oh, so there's a Urban Forestry memo? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Through the chair to the agent, there is a revised tree protection plan submitted, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And perhaps you can advise for the members if that includes the trees that you're proposing to plant.
No, that does not. It does not have the 4 cedar trees that we intend. We didn't receive a response from the opposition on time to include that on the drawings yet, and we were trying to get the main ones out for urban forestry, and then this we could perhaps the board can make a decision on to provide higher or more trees if. The board deems right for this application.
Can we put it as a condition then, or we could describe it?
Well, Madam Chair, we've gone through extensive length to deal with the opposition to actually come to a resolution beforehand. Unfortunately, he did get back to us a bit late. But when he did get back, we responded accordingly. We work with urban forestry, and we came to a resolution. So we've done everything in our possible to make sure that this application can move forward and our client can start construction if it's approved, right? So we've done the best that we can. If the committee does feel like it's necessary, they can make that a condition, but I just want the committee to know that we've done everything our might to make sure that when we come forth again, all concerns that was brought up before has been addressed.
Okay, yeah, I heard you. Okay.
Is there any document we can refer to that includes the 8-foot cedar trees along the back?
We did submit some images yesterday, even though it was before 12 p.m., which we were allowed. We were told it did not, it can't make it to the hearing today, unfortunately.
Okay.
Through the chair to the members, you could, if you desire, impose a condition of 4 8-foot trees per site, and you can specify the type of tree, cedar, if you wish as well.
Yes, I think
as a condition.
That's what I think we should, because we have no document to back up the, okay. All right, so any more questions to the applicant? Otherwise, we do not have any more questions for you, and we are in committee now. Yes. Yeah, I think it's necessary to at least mention it or have some condition, because otherwise it will be no evidence. Yeah. Yes.
Madam Chair, I don't have a motion, but I just want to say my concerns about this application.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in the previous meeting, but when I look at the lot frontage and lot area, to my judgment, it's not minor when you have requirement 12 meters versus 7.62. I know that the applicant provided us some precedent in the neighborhood. It shows that some other properties that also obtained the severance, but I don't have the lot study in front of me, and therefore that's just my opinion on this. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, and yeah. Any other? Peter Weed.
I have a comment about the measurement of the ground floor off the established grade. Right now, it's 5 feet 9 inches off established grade, I think, is where they're calling ground floor. And then the ground floor to second floor is 12 feet, and then 8 feet for the second floor. So is that, can I get any clarification on that? Is there a rule around where you measure ground floor from?
So as per the bylaw,
Are we in committee? Sorry, just wait.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not. It has a dramatic impact on the finished grade of the ground floor in the rear yard, and then anyway, this is just for committee for discussion. So the building steps up to a foyer and then up to the ground floor over 6 feet. And I think that establishes the ground floor, but what the impact is on that is it has the ground floor 6 feet off the ground in the rear yard. And then when you look at the spaces defined, you have a 12 feet floor to floor heights on the ground floor, and then 8 feet floor to floor on the second floor, and then the basement in some cases is over 11 feet clear in the basement. So I'm not going to comment on the design and whatnot, but the outcome is that it has an incredible impact on overlook in the rear yard for the neighbor. And so I don't think, I'm just trying to, I don't think 4 cedar trees spaced 5 or 6 feet apart is adequate. I think I don't even know if screening, 1.5 meter screening would be appropriate. So this is for discussion for the group, but I think it's not the size of the house, it's these floor to floor heights that are challenging me. And the outcome on the adjacent neighbors. So just for discussion for this group.
Yeah, for discussion purpose, I agree with you. Can I see you? I can't.
I was
Yes,
looking at
yeah, I agree with you. I think the establish what is ground floor is to the front, so the site sort of drops. And I think in a way it is true that they talk about getting a lot of sunlight in the basement, on the expenses of putting the deck quite high. And also, they also have a deck variance, which they could have been smaller, right, the encroachment. But I think the least we can do is to impose those trees, planting to mitigate the impact, privacy impact. But that's also, I have the same feeling, because they do have 11 feet, that very high ceiling for the basement.
Yeah, I don't know. You've seen this application before. Do you have any comments on what you've seen? You see here?
I'm not really sure what to think, to be honest. I feel like, I mean, the last time it was the tree was the issue. They seem to have addressed the street tree, but I do agree that the rear deck seems egregious, just because of the way they've designed the house. But there's not a variance for rear deck height, so it might be that the zoning is different here. It's really just the depth. Like in other places, decks that are that high have actually been considered the second floor, but I guess they've just got under that or something.
Yeah.
So I don't really, yeah. So I'm actually totally undecided about this one. Definitely, if we do approve it, we would want to keep those. I mean, I think 4 cedar trees on each one would actually create a reasonably dense hedge. Yeah, I don't.
I'll just add one comment. Is it that it's clearly not a variance being asked for? So if you just look at the variances, I think a lot of these are minor in nature. It's the total package on its adjacent users and neighbors, but I don't think any of these restricting any of these variances would have that impact. I think it's more the design, the actual building.
No, I disagree. The number variance 6, that's if it hasn't got number 6, the deck will have been much more narrower, because you have to be 1.8 or 6 feet away from the property line. But now they're proposing only 0.9 meter. So it means it's wider. Yeah. So they, if you read variance 6, is where they get wider deck. Yeah, not deeper, wider, right? Wider. You read it very carefully. You gain almost 3 feet from each side. So 6 feet. 6 feet wider than if you do not have variance 6.
Deck would get narrower.
Yeah. So what I mean is variance 6 is to limit the length, the width. Is it called width? Yeah, width your what's the deck. So that if it's narrower, that means the impact will be smaller for sure. Yeah. So.
Our options are to, we could refuse variance 6, or we could impose the condition of the trees, or both.
Mm-hmm. I guess
Yeah, I don't know. I think these are, I think this is the kind of the way things are going in this neighborhood, right? That doesn't necessarily mean it's right. But in looking at the variances, I see them as minor, and I think with the trees in the back, the photo of the tree, I was picturing like the slender, more columnar kind of cedars, but the ones that were in the photo were bushier and wider, and I think having those, I do think that would go to mitigate the height of the deck. I mean, there's going to be an impact regardless, but I think like the incremental impact of if we narrow the deck slightly or shorten the deck slightly, I don't see it as being like a really material change in the impact of it. So I support the application.
Right.
All right, so I open my mouth. I'll start. I'll make a motion.
I can't hear you.
I'll make a motion.
Let's see how it
Recommend
goes.
we, let me see if I can get all the pieces here. I recommend we approve the application with the condition, is there a forestry condition here for this? 1, 2, and 3. And with the requirement or that for both subject properties, part 1 and part 2, that there's 8-foot tall cedar, columnar cedar, or whatever we're calling them, as 4 of them at the back of each property, spaced equally, are provided by the applicant as well to screen for the rear screening.
Through the chair to the members, there's also engineering and construction services conditions, which speak to the applicant having to submit revised plans to show the proposed driveways will be constructed with maximum 2 to 4% positive slope, measured from the back of the sidewalk to each of the garage entrances, as well as revised drawings to indicate and annotate the length and width of garage for both dwellings. As well, there was transportation service conditions on the previous original application before it was deferred, regarding the applicant is to arrange for the 3-meter wide curb cut on Amsterdam Avenue to access the integral garage, and for the applicant to contact and submit an application for minor construction and curb cut to permits and enforcement transportation services.
So inclusive of the engineering conditions and transportation requirements as well, as noted.
Okay, everybody care about the conditions? Yeah, so we need a second to that motion. Peter, we second, yeah. All in favor of all the conditions? Yeah. 4-1, Ms. West dissented, yeah. And it's approved with all the conditions listed before, and that is, right? That's the conclusion of our today's meeting at 2 to 2, yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please turn off your videos and mute your mics.